Hello, welcome in. My name is Sun, your local Fox Boy, Apollo Justice Appreciator in this house, and your lawyer today. Hello, everybody. It's him, it's me. It's me. I do have to find, well, I don't have to find new music. I have new music that I can put on this screen because this is you know the iconic music of the first trilogy. I need to swap it out with other music. I did in other parts. I already took care of that in other areas of the my screens, but I need to switch it up for this screen. How about it? But I don't know what song. I love all the music. I love all the music from the Apollo trilogy. I don't know what to call it. It really wasn't a trilogy, but they kind of marketed it as one. Hi, welcome in. I saw that you followed not too long ago, so thank you so much for that. We're chilling out today. I cannot wait. Not to say that I rushed the initial trilogy, because I still love the trilogy very much. The original, Phoenix Wright era trilogy. But this is the real trilogy I was trying to get at, and I gave you guys time to be like, if you want to get the game and experience it yourself, you have plenty of time. It's too late. If you want to experience my favorite half of the series, because I really think that it just keeps going up, personally, for me. You're here for the ride. But yes. Did I say I was live? Yes. I worked so hard on the thumbnail that I use for going live, and it's gonna be the only one I make. It's gonna be one of the last thumbnails I really make for streaming for a long time. So I'm gonna just be retweeting that instead of making a unique thumbnail for every single case. But it's all these sex bots that keep liking them, which I don't mind. It's still interaction, but I'm like, they don't appreciate it. You know, Linda doesn't understand the nuance of the color choices of the graphics, you know? She just keeps wanting me to look at her bio. But yeah. It's gonna be a short one today, which is why I started later than I normally would. I will just be streaming on Thursdays because trying to do Thursday, Friday was a lot. When I did that finale last time, that was a bit too much for me. So I'll just go back to doing Thursdays. But yeah, I cannot wait. I love this so much. It's gonna be a short one today because the first case is always shorter in the series. The first case is always introductory. I tried looking up. We're gonna see where we are in the timeline right now. Like there's been a bit of time that passed since the last game that we played, in terms of the in-world time. Nothing falls on the date of like this year. There's actually a bit of a gap where nothing confirmed really happens between like the early 2020s, I guess, which is very interesting to me. Well, oh gosh, I got so I installed the game, right? I installed the game because I have to before I go live. And I had to adjust the resolution settings, I had to fix the audio settings, and then I started tearing up as soon as the game launched because I got sad over hearing the main menu music, where it's like the overall for the trilogy is a new mix of Apollo's theme. It is like a 2024 remaster of his theme, and it just got me really emotional for some reason. And I'm like, I can't cry, I haven't played anything yet. Nothing sad happened. I'm just listening to music, looking at a little animated video of the case trials. Bees, thank you so much for giving me your first. And Meta, thank you so much for the first of the day. Oh, and thank you so much for the grape juice. Nothing happened because you weren't on the screen, and I can't refund you for that. Thank you for the bento boxes. Wow. have some juice to. Oh, well, that's gonna be a little bit of mess to clean up. Sup, son? Hi. Not much is going on except, you know, starting a new trilogy. My favorite trilogy of my favorite series. Yeah. I'm just very excited because even if I only have like what, one viewer in chat, which there's more than one viewer. I appreciate you guys a lot. You know, this is my favorite series and I want to share this with you guys. And if anyone hasn't seen on my Twitter right now, some IRL things have come up, and so I still have stuff that I need to finish up in April. It's my streamiversary next week. I got the day wrong. It's actually on Wednesday. I thought that Thursday was the 3rd for some reason, but it'll be our streamiversary where I'll show off some work in progress that I never finished. And then we'll have our Y2K later on in the month. The exact date, still tentative, but some Friday, Saturday, midway in the month. Probably like the week of the 20th. But I will have to cut down on how much I stream. I can no longer focus on streaming being, my main focus for now. So I'll just be streaming Tryout Thursdays as a fun little thing because I still want to show off the story and I can't leave off all of a sudden, you know? Then we're gonna go on with Tryout Thursdays for as long as it takes. Until we get to the finale, which is gonna be a goddamn 24-hour special. But let me know if audios sound good, you know, let me know if, you know, visuals I fucked up. I usually play games in a smaller resolution, but because of the way the art sprites work in this one, I have to play full screen. So on the last page of your Google Longer is blank. I guess it must have been like the spacing, because there's only one page. I don't control how the Google Longer works. I didn't tell it to break up into different pages. It just goes, there's a space here somewhere. Hopefully it's nothing stressful. It's something so actually, I was not supposed to stream for another year. Like last year, this past year, I was not supposed to stream. But I pulled some strings, I worked things around to get like one more year at a full-time streaming for me. And it's nothing stressful, it's nothing bad. It's just real-life responsibilities that I can't have backseat anymore because I want to do silly things and talk about yaoi and draw for fun, you know? I have to focus on other stuff. So, you'll see me go into you know, collabs a little bit less. You'll see me probably in other people's chats a little bit less. I'll still be there. I'll still be around. I'll still be streaming. I'm not stopping anything. It's just, if something comes up, I'll have to cancel stream more, you know? He did the thing because he loves it, and I really do. I love hanging out with you guys. I love streaming as a general. And if I could do this forever, I would, but I can't. So I have to do things, and if they work out, if things get better later on, then I just come back to this. But you're still stuck with me for now, and we're locked in the courtroom forever. It's just that there are some bigger projects that I wanted to work on for streaming that I have to put a hold on. That's all. But next week I'll show off what those things are. Maybe some art that maybe some people weren't around for at the time. Makes me a little sad. Don't be sad about it. Honestly, I wasn't expecting to do streaming forever. I thought 2 years tops. And I got past that, you know? I did a lot of things. I held a charity. I did a lot of other, like, things that I never expected to do in my life, you know? And I don't mean it to sound sad. You know, there are people that stream once a year, and that is their streaming activity, and they're still perfectly valid streamers. But I think I consistently streamed for 3 years. I would maybe take a week, 2-week tops break, and then I never gave myself anything more than that. So I just wanted to let people know that that's changing because I streamed so consistently for so long. I did a lot of homie streams, very fun, yeah. I got a lot of things accomplished. And now, if I want to take a 3-week break, I can. If I want to go on vacation somewhere with, like, my family, I don't have to consider, I don't want to, not stream for more than 2 weeks. Because that was actually something that I also put aside, which was turning down other opportunities because I was so focused on streams being my priority. My family, my parents going like, "Oh, like, would you like to plan this, like, overseas trip with us?" And I go, "But my streams." I wish I was joking, but that's legitimately what happened. I didn't know if I wanted to go overseas for a trip because it would be like a week off from streaming. Well, more than a week, but that was the worry. But I'm free now. I'm not stressed about promoting myself, visibility. I do funny lawyer things, do funny voices. Sometimes they'll still post things like merch or little drawings. Yeah, so nothing is really changing per se, just the frequency of it. That's not a good sign for a reading game. You're still an amazing person. Also, go to my Twitter and like my post, my Ace Attorney post, because I put a lot of effort into that drawing of me cosplaying as a character that we'll see later on. I think we'll see this character today. Maybe not. I don't know. There's not too many characters that we're gonna see today because it is very introductory. It's gonna be setting up a lot of things. So I hope you guys are ready. I had a hard time saying yes when doing stuff like WoW Rays. The internet is a real place. It's hard to say. It is. It is. It's very tempting, the internet. There's a lot to it, but I gotta go touch grass. I gotta go touch grass and talk to other people that also touch grass. I was about to say, oh, I have to go out and touch people. Which I do. I need to go hug some people. It's so cute. Thank you. Thank you. We're just gonna power through today. It's not gonna be very long, so no breaks. It's just gonna be a couple hours. We'll see how long it goes. Is the normal juice spicy? Is it grape juice? Is the funny grape? It's just normal grape juice. There's nothing really funny about it. It's Shu Takumi's favorite drink of choice, grape juice, I believe. You can redeem it and find out. Redeem the grape juice. Find out what happens. Alright. I have to adjust my own audio so I don't deafen myself. Alright. We're gonna go to the right screen. Oh. Well, you're gonna have to clean that up. Ooh! 10 stream streak, let's go! That's still hard to say! But Spook, thank you so much for the streak! Let's go over here. So I had to go through all the settings, make sure I wouldn't accidentally go through anything spoilery or anything like that. But oh my god, listening to the music. Oh. My heart. I fixed my TTS. I forgot, did you clean your PC fans today? Did you? Well. Let me put my jacket on, because I am a little cold. Oh, but this is so exciting. Ooh, why's my background dark? I'm just gonna redeem this for myself. For the sake of... Oh. Glass! There we go. Oh, thank you for the bento. I did eat before stream. I hope you guys also ate, or you're going to. We'll be here for a couple hours, so go pee, take a walk, get a drink. Whatever you need to do. No hot shirtless drawing, man. I didn't, but bless you for drawing that image. I'm glad. We're past cowboys now. We have our red fella, Apollo Justice here. There's so much to the settings. I went through all the settings just to make sure everything was all right, but there's so many settings. There's in-game achievements, which I'm not going to be able to get because some of them do require me to save and reload. Because it's like, get bad ending. I'm like, I don't want to do that. But I will be playing this trilogy without the guide that I used last time. One, there is no guide currently. This game just came out. But I do want to experience some of the, confusion, some of the exploring every single possibility. I'll look up a guide if I get really lost and I'm actually frustrated with getting the solution, because sometimes that will happen. But I'll be playing this more freestyle. And some things I do remember, I just don't know how to get there. And some things I don't remember, but I don't know. We'll see about that. New game. Oh gosh, new game. Learn about Trump. These graphics. Ooh. Oh, they're playing cards. Showdown time. You lose. Ah! Eek! Oh man, the graphics in this are so good. Seem to be in a bit of trouble. Something like that. Dead. Someone hit him. Hard. Me? Please. Cop should be here any minute. I'm in your hands. Should have come to that. What? April 20th! This is coming around to right now, but this is 420! I always thought that was funny that the date coincides with 420. I also have to mention, as a reminder, so I believe this game was like the last of the 2D pixel art sprite games. So everything from here on, I'm seeing for the first time remastered. It'll be like the last game where they had to redraw the graphics, if I'm aware. So everything's gonna be nice and shiny and new, and I had to see a little peek of it to adjust the settings for stream. But oh my god, everything's so nice and shiny, and I'm excited for no good reason. Also, I forgot to turn off this layer and this menu. Give that a second. All right. That was a bit zappy. No, that's okay. Where do I click? Panicked, palms sweaty. I can admit it, I'm nervous. Ah, good morning. Good morning, sir. You look tense, Justice. Wound up tight. Wound up, sir? No, I'm loose. I'm fine. Screeching noise. Is that your voice? I suppose it's to be expected. Your first trial, and it's a homicide. I guess justice doesn't start small, eh? Thank you for the yowie. I've been blowing up every boss I can kiss since that raid. It's tempting, isn't it? Did he remember his mom's spaghetti? Nope. He left it at home. And I can't hydrate. Apollo's just feeling a little nervous right now. Actually, never mind. We don't even know who he is yet. I'm fine. I got up at 5 a.m. to do my Chords of Steel voice workout. I'm fine. That explains it. I did detect a certain rasping quality to your screech. I overdid it again. As you know, your client today is a good friend of mine. I wouldn't want to let him down, if you get my drift. Drift gotten, sir. I'm all over that drift. As it happens, I dined with him the night of the murder. We can't let this case fall through. Yes. Yes, I'm fine, sir. One more thing. Don't say you're fine quite so much. People might take you the wrong way. Ooh. I'll be preparing your case. You might want to introduce yourself to the client. Who's our client? Well, who's us, first of all, it seems. My name is Apollo Justice. If it isn't clear already, I'm a new attorney. And today is my first trial. Not that I'm worried or anything. The defendant has been accused of murder. My boss wants to help him out, of course. So do I. I mean, there's no way he did it. Not him. No way. That's him. This is our first client. What do you guys think? Does he look like he did it? Does he look like is that a face you could trust? Oh, whoa. Good morning. Morning. It's all up to you today. First trial, nervous. Meeting him, cardiac arrest. I think I'm supposed to say something. Help? Oh, you're... fine. I'm fine. Mr. Fine, is it? He absolutely did steal my heart. What a hooligan. I did remember you having an odd name. Well, we're off to a great start. Are you sure you're okay? I mean, with me? Mr. Gavin is a top-notch defense attorney. And he's your friend. So, why... You'll see. You could do it. Be confident. I'm really sorry this happened to you. I mean, it's time. Shall we? Yes, sir. Okay, I need to focus. First trial, here comes justice. April 20th, 10 a.m., District Court, Courtroom number 2. Ooh, look at the graphics here. Everything's so nice, clean. It's very different. They redid all of them from the first games. Everything's like a lot cleaner. The court is now in session. The prosecution is ready, Your Honor. Look at his hair. The defense is fine. I mean, ready, Your Honor. Line going blank. Don't panic. Too late. Oh, he's so nervous. Look at the animation on his sweat. Jeez. Oh, that looks so good. Your name was Mr. Justice. And this is your first trial? Yes, Your Honor. But I'm fine, really. Are you quite sure? Your voice sounds a bit strained. Mr. Gavin? Yes, Your Honor. I was under the impression that you would be heading up this case. That was my intention, yes. However, a defense attorney must always cater to his client's wishes. My client specifically, I requested Mr. Justice. Well, of course he wants justice. but to entrust his case to this greenhorn. Why? And do not exaggerate when I say that you're the best defense attorney in town, Mr. Gavin. Okay, so Gavin's got a trial experience, fine. But does he have cores of steel? And let's begin. The defendant may enter the courtroom. That's him. He looks comfy. This is truly an unfortunate turn of events. I'm sorry we had to meet again under these circumstances. Long time no see, Mr. Wright. Let's put the past behind us, shall we? These days, I'm merely Phoenix Wright, piano player. Mr. Wright, how could this happen? How could this have happened? I won't speak of it further, then. The prosecution would be as kind to explain the charges, Mr. Payne. That's Phoenix. To think, I saw you enter this room a fresh attorney, and now I'll see you leave in chains. Ah, Winston Payne. Subtle as ever, I see. Ahem. The crime occurred at the Borscht Bowl Club, a Russian restaurant. The defendant, Phoenix Wright, took the victim, a customer, and he hit him, wham, on the head. Smack! Killed him cold. A customer at the restaurant, you say? And the defendant, you say he was... a pianist for the club, it seems. Phoenix Wright. A pianist? This is the evidence that took the victim's life. A bottle of grape juice. Grape juice is apparently our defendant's drink of choice. The court accepts this deadly bottle as evidence. Blah, just like that. Deadly bottle added to the court record. Use of the murder weapon bears the defendant Mr. Wright's prints. Look at the UI. Ooh. Look at the autopsy report. Oh, they changed the button color. Something to note, Justice. All evidence is filed in the court record. Oh yeah, it's our first case. We're learning the tutorial. Make a practice of checking it frequently. Court record. Right, I've heard of that. Use E to look at the evidence so far. I'm confident in your ability to handle this. Right. Just use E. Sounds like it's time for some hands-on action. So, the victim was a customer at this restaurant. But just who was this, Shady Smith fellow? That's such a trustworthy name. I believe he was a traveler, Your Honor. A traveler? According to his passport, he's been out of the country for a number of years. He only had returned to his country recently, though his place of residence is unclear. And he had some sort of connection with the defendant? That too is unclear at the present, Your Honor. We believe they first met at the Borscht Bowl Club on the night of the crime. They'd only just met, then why murder? Perhaps the victim slighted the defendant's piano playing? That doesn't appear to have been the case. No, the motive had nothing to do with the defendant's lack of playing skill. At least, not piano playing. I'll let this photo explain what I mean. That's a big bottle. As we can see, a game of poker was in progress at the scene of the crime. Wait a second. Isn't poker gambling? That's a crime in itself! It's illegal! Indeed, it appears our defendant had fallen to become the basest sort of criminal. It's true that the defendant was engaged in a game of poker with the victim. Yet it was only that, a game, in the pure sense. A competition, Your Honor. A competition? Yes, a test of wits. A silent clash of passions. Only the cards, their backs wreathed in blue flame, know its final outcome. Come again? The cards on the table had blue backs, Your Honor. I believe the defense was waxing poetic in an attempt to mystify those present. And impress women. This will be our first order of business here, then. To find out more about this fatal game of cards. Very well, defendant. Will testify to the court about the poker competition held in the night of the crime. My pleasure. This is it. My first trial. Here goes nothing. This testimony. Competition. I am a pianist by trade, yet I can hardly play at all. My real job is to take the interested customers over at the poker table. The room where we play and the competition in there are the club's main attractions. The rules are simple. We play a game of poker using 2 decks of cards. That's all it is. A game. Our customers are happy. That's simple enough. Pianist who can't play piano. Better than a defense attorney. Better than a defense attorney who can't defend. Very well. The defense may begin the cross-examination. Right, Your Honor. My first cross-examination. Don't blow it. Are you alright? You're sweating bullets. Bullets? Where? It's a figure of speech, Justice. Your voice sounds strained and raspy, too. My brain feels strained and raspy, sir. You watched me perform cross-examinations many times. No, you've never done one yourself, have you? Here for a refresher? What to do? Should I ask Mr. Gavin for a refresher course in cross-examination? What do we think? Do we think we need help? We need a refresher? Or do you think we're veteran enough players to do this on our own? Also, in this game, we can view a backlog of the text this time. And there's also autoplay, which, if you're interested in the story and buying the story and seeing all the extra stuff, but you don't want to play the game yourself, there is autoplay, where it'll automatically go through the case dialogue and all the answers for you. I have no clue how to cross-examine. Sure, let's get a refresher then. Gotta examine cross. Better safe than sorry, especially this early in the game. Yes, teach me. I know nothing! Indeed. Your job, Justice, is to be mindful of the court record and the testimony. Look for inconsistencies in the testimony with what the court record tells you. When you found an inconsistency, that's when you present the conflicting evidence from the court record with E. But I didn't hear anything strange in the testimony just now. A good sign that you need to press the witness with Q for more information. Press him. Don't let the fact that he's a remarkable man hold you back. Get more information. But isn't Mr. Wright my client? Well, think you can do it? Yes. Thank you, sir. I think I can do it. I think you better. We're going to have a problem. Just remember, find any inconsistencies, any lies in the testimony, and reveal them to the court. That is cross-examination. Learn it, know it, do it. Inconsistencies. Lies. Phoenix Wright? As if. Phoenix Wright would never lie, and it's up to me to prove it. The defense may begin the cross-examination. Look at their eyes. Ooh. I'm a pianist by trade, yet I can hardly play at all. I'm just gonna present on everything, because everything is an opportunity for fun dialogue, you know? Ooh, no. Press. You can hardly play. Oh, I play sometimes, when the customers demand it. But I play them one song. That's usually all they want. Was that supposed to be a boast just now? But I said I'm a penis. That might be me pronouncing pianist a bit too fast. The title pianist is a mask. A respectable face I wear for the world at large. And why are you really at the Borscht Wool Club? My real job is to take interested customers over at the poker table. I mean, that seems fine, but let's see. They pay you just to play poker? That would seem to be the case. I am a professional, after all. I'm also listening to Wi-Fi while doing 14 hunts. In my nuts! Bah! Why do I detect pride in that statement? It's just hard for an honest, hard-working member of society like me to imagine. Yes, Your imagination was always a bit limited, Winston. Ooh, Fetus got sassy. Hello, Master of Small Beans. Hi, Trevor. What? I played poker for 7 years in that little room. And I've never lost once. How are you? I'm doing good. We're starting the first case in my favorite game series. My favorite part of the game series. Brian looks more athletic in this game, while in the previous game he looked like a weightlifter. he was biking every day. He was biked to work every single time. Here he looks athletic because of the sweat jacket, like the sweatsuit, but he has a little out of shape. It's been 7 years after all since we last saw him. You see why the customers come now? Defeat the undefeated poker champion. It's quite a draw. That is, I'm quite a draw. Oh, wait, you've never lost once? Not even one time? What's around his neck and neck? It looks like a locket. As I said, I'm a professional. He's played poker for 7 years and not lost once? Is that even possible? The room where we play and the competition in there are the club's main attractions. The room in the crime scene photo is an attraction. It has quite a history, actually. The Borscht Wool Club used to be a gathering spot for black market types back in the day. Black market? All in the past. Things like the black market are only on the silver screen nowadays. Suffices to say, there were a lot of deals being made under the table. Right there in that room. Smoky room, gambling hoods, you know. Just looking at this picture, it makes me feel bad. Bosses gather around the table, cutting deals, safe from the eyes of the law. Meanwhile, a goon keeps watch at the small window. You can practically picture it now. Window does look like it would be good for keeping a lookout, but little else. I can hydrate, thank you. The room has a few other tricks to it. Though it was common knowledge to our regulars. At any rate, they come to play poker in a room steeped in history. Despite the dark past, it was all good, clean fun. The rules are simple. You play a game of poker using 2 decks of cards. 2 decks of cards? A simple measure to prevent cheating. If you alternate 2 decks, no one can slip in cards. There's something else I noticed. In addition to the cards on the table, there are some lying scattered on the floor. That's a lot of cards. Precisely. Cards on the table, cards upon the floor, each one forming a complete deck. A crime scene painted in blue by a sad sweep of cards. It's poetic, really. Incidentally, we use 2 types of cards at the club. One deck of cards is red, the other blue. As I recalled, in poker, you make 5-card hands. I can see how it would be easy to cheat. Yes, a game of hands. It's competition you're talking about. I believe the court understands the nature of the game sufficiently. That's right. It was a simple game, after all. Are you sure? But... that's more orange, but okay. Huh? People are not murdered over simple games, Mr. Justice. Defendant, you were in the room at the very moment the crime occurred. Yet you claim no connection to the crime? That's strange. What's strange? I was testifying about the competition that night. Asking me about the crime at this point is against the rules, Your Honor. Of course, I expected to hear a cry of objection from the defense. I completely let that one slip by. Darn it. Don't despair yet, Justice. Sir? Right? There's something I'd like make clear. Namely, your connection to the case at hand. And I'd like to hear it from you. Sure. Why not? Very well. The defendant will amend his testimony. Just one little press. I've got myself a whole new testimony. I plead silence regarding the murder, but I will say I never touched the murder weapon. We already have something here now. We present the deadly bottle, because it does have Mr. Wright's fingerprints on it. Objection! So you say you didn't touch the murder weapon, just like that. This grape juice bottle, it's a little bit broken on the ground, but it's okay, we'll clean it up. Right? So I said. Something the matter, Mr. Justice? That hair flip! Too bad our new defense attorney never learned how to play dumb. What's this, Mr. Payne? I examined the bottle in question, you see. And not the flip. He's been growing out his hair for 7 years. He deserves it. And it was covered in the defendant's fingerprints. Oh. Also, is Phoenix wearing slippers? Objection! No need to shout, Mr. Justice. I can hear you just fine. Excess yelling can damage the judge's ears. And our case. But what about my cords of steel? And anyway, what's so strange about fingerprints on a bottle in a restaurant? Well, that's true. The prints alone don't prove he did it. Oh, they wouldn't prove a thing if they were normal fingerprints. Huh? But the fingerprints of the murder weapon were upside down. Upside down? What does that mean? It means he was holding the bottle inverted, and there could only be one reason for that. Yes. To brain someone in the bottle. Oh, ah! Yeah, I love Apollo's faces. Mr. Gavin, I think things could turn for the worse. Oh? I see no problem, Justice. Huh? The only thing that matters is the truth. There's a good reason for everything, you'll see. Defendant, can you explain your fingerprints on the bottle to the court? I stand by my plea of silence regarding the murder. For now. Not very cooperative, are you? This could hurt your case. I'm sure he's uncooperative because he's hiding something. There must be some reason. Objection! Your Honor, you seem to have forgotten something. And what might that be, Mr. Gavin? On the night of the crime, who was it that reported the murder to the police? Reported? That was the defendant, Mr. Wright. But still, that... Really? Yes, well, according to the case file. The murder was reported from near the scene by a call from the defendant's cell phone. Near the scene? Let's take a look at the diagram of the murder scene, shall we? Ooh, look at this. The victim was murdered in a small room in the basement level, in a basement 2 floors down from the ground level. Of course, cell phones can't get reception so far down. The defendant used the stairs in this hallway to go above ground. The call came from the first floor of the restaurant. I see. And this is the phone that made the call? That is a landline phone. Wright's cell phone used by the defendant to notify the police from the restaurant's first floor. We are in the far, far future of 2026, actually. This is, the last game took place in 2019, and this is 7 years in the future. So we are actually in the future from the present day in real life, too. We're 2 years off. Almost exactly, actually, since it's also almost April. The defendant could have fled the scene of the crime if he so choose. Yet he fulfilled his duty as a citizen and reported to the authorities. And you claim he's being uncooperative? Ah! I say, Mr. Gavin, better not waste this. I think the prosecution has toyed with our client enough for the time being. Toyed, I assure you. No one is more serious about... What was it you said? The defendant was in the room the very moment the crime occurred. How could he possibly know this? That's a good question. How indeed? The answer is simple, Your Honor. The prosecution has a decisive witness. They're as good as you say they are. So someone else was in the room the night of the crime. That must mean they witnessed the crime. Everything up until now has been a warm-up, Justice. Are you ready? Are we ready for this? Very well. The prosecution may call its first witness to the stand. Oh god, how am I gonna pronounce her last name? I gotta think about this. The witness will state her name and profession. Oh, hold on just a moment. Where's the witness? I surmise she's been frightened by the defense's demonic-looking horns. I used a little hair gel. Relax, people. Have no fear. If any horns point in your direction, this court will cut them off. You are sure? I swear it on my gavel. Please, come out. Isn't violence against hair a crime, Your Honor? Well, if you are sure it is okay. Oh, I love her design. It looks so clean. Oh, wait a minute. Would the prosecution care to explain this witness's, paraphernalia? Yes. She's a professional, Your Honor. These are merely the tools of her trade. And that would be? My name is Olga Orly. I am employed as a waitress in the Borscht Bowl Club restaurant. She's she's a little shy. I know like she should have like a bit of like an accent, but I'm no good with doing accents outside of American accents. Oh, Orly. I know it should be like Olga O'Reilly, but I think saying like O'Reilly. Actually, that doesn't sound too bad. Then, why the camera? Of course, it is my pride to serve borscht at this it is my pride to serve borscht at his naming restaurant. Makes you want there's borscht in that. There's borscht. But I also perform, how is it said, other service. I take it one of these other services is taking the customer's pictures? Like, for example, this one. I don't know what this is. It's a Russian soup. It's a beet soup. It's bright red. They're talking. That's borscht. It's on the table back there. Grape juice. Whatever that pastry thing is. Matryoshka. Vodka. Well, that's the defendant. Indeed, on the night of the murder. The man in white hat is one who has gone kaput. It looks yummy. You have it like with sour cream and some other stuff. Indeed, that is the victim. Order, order. This is quite a piece of evidence to casually drop in our laps. It's the same way I drop cold bowls of borscht in the laps of customers, casually. I'm gonna reach in the game and take it. It can be served hot or cold. And the court will casually accept this new evidence. Olga's photo, the defendant and Mr. Smith at the Borscht Bowl Club. Now, witness, where were you at the time of the murder? I was in room, the hideout, we call it. Excuse me? A hideout? It is room where famous gangsters Baghdai was arrested. where famous gangster bad guy was arrested. Is the room where murder took place. What? Your look of utter surprise. It is lovely. I will post my courtroom door later for you. Photos will be numbered, and you will write which ones you want a copy of. So there were 3 people in the room at the time of the crime. The victim, Shady Smith, Mr. Wright, and Olga O'Reilly, our witness. And if Mr. Wright wasn't the killer, that means... Very well. Witness, you will testify to the court about that night's events. Alright, let's find out what happened. That night, a customer asked me to deal cards for game. It was cold. Both players played with hats on, The victim, he plays whole time with his hand on locket at his neck. Then, last hand is done. But something terrible has happened, The man flew at victim and is strangling him to death. Huh? Incidentally, who won the game? Isn't it obvious? The winner was the victim, Mr. Smith. That's ridiculous. Because Mr. Wright can't lose. Justice? Maybe you can come up with a more legitimate objection. But he hadn't lost in 7 years. Take it from me, kid. It happens. I didn't lose a case for my first 7 years as a prosecutor either. Incidentally, I have some evidence here. These are the poker chips that lay at the very moment of the crime. The hand and chips on this side belong to the defendant, Mr. Wright. Those on the far side belong to the victim, Mr. Smith. Chips, you say? I mean, yes. I imagine that poker is war. Your hand is your army, and the chips are your spoils. I know that, after all. In my youth, I was known as the poker head of the courtroom number 3. Like I had a good hand. I think he means poker face. Looking at this picture, it does seem that most of the chips are on the victim's side of the table. That's 3 kings and 2 aces. Chip's photo added to the court record. Very well. The defense may cross-examine the witness. Alright, let's find out. What do we need to know? The night, customer asked me to deal cards for game. You were dealing cards? Do you do this often? I am doing this. If customer wishes it, I serve anything. Borscht, cards, more borscht. It is my work. It's good to hear of a place that hasn't forgotten the meaning of service. Welcome you to Borscht Bowl Club, where Borscht is as warm as the waitresses. Thank you for not handing out flyers during the cross-examination. It was cold. Both players had played with hats on, It's already April. How could it be cold? At Borscht Bowl Club, we have pride on authentic Russian restaurant theme. Outside the city is spring, but inside is always as cold as Mother Russia. No way I'm going in there. When it comes to hot borscht, cold is best seasoning, The victim, he plays with whole time with his hand on locket on his neck. His locket? I believe it was good luck charm, He gripped it many times he played that night. Yes, he must have felt as though it might carry him to the moon and the stars. Though if it was small enough to fit around his neck, it wouldn't have much lift. The defense would like a clarification. This is a locket we're talking about? I mean, a pendant with a picture in it, right? Not a rocket? Of course, I knew that. It was probably a pendant shaped like a rocket. That's why she would call it that. No, a locket's a locket. It doesn't matter what shape it's considered bad form to poke... It's considered bad form to poke fun at the hard of hearing in our society. A hard of hearing or hard of understanding? So, what happened next? Then, last hand is done, but something terrible has happened, something terrible? Eee! The defense will refrain from needless shouting. Sorry. I need to seriously reconsider this vocal training thing. Now, Miss O'Reilly, can you tell us what happened? Oh, I was so frightened. I trembled with fear. That man flew at the victim and is strangling him to death. But the defendant would never do such a thing. Eee! Well now, I can't say I've ever heard the defense tried this tactic. If possible, please, refrain from embarrassing me. Mr. Gavin is so done with us. Still, why would anyone do something like this over a game of poker? Perhaps it is because defendant has lost game? Yes, a crushing defeat for our man undefeated. So it always is with men like him. Winners make sore losers. Oh, how the mighty fall. Go ahead. I believe you know what you need to do. Right, sir. Leave it to me. There was only 3 people in the room at the time of murder. Victim, Shady Smith, Mr. Wright, and... Mr. Wright isn't the killer. Got you now, Orly. Alright. Okay. I skipped over it. I'm trying to get to the last line. Alright, the man flew at the victim and is strangling him to death. I think... autopsy report. Time of death, 2 a.m. 2 a.m.? 3 days ago. April 17th. Death caused by single blow to forehead. Oh, really? Strangled, you say? That's odd. Normal customers only choke on borscht. No, I mean this report shows the victim died of a blow to the head. Ah! Miss O'Reilly, really now, did you witness the crime? Eee! I love that animation a lot. Looking at the picture, it doesn't seem like he was hit. He's still wearing his hat and everything. Yet, it is a fact that he was hit, Your Honor. Ah. Here's a photo we took of the victim with his hat off during our investigation. Oh, that's quite shocking, isn't it? His head certainly was hit. This head certainly was hit. Hat removed during investigation. But I have seen it happen. The defendant, he lunged at a victim, his neck. Oh, really, Miss O'Reilly? I think I've caught you in your own lie this time. Justice? I admire your enthusiasm, but perhaps you should think this through once more. What do you mean? I found a contradiction. There's one thing in our testimony that troubles me. Very well. It seems we should continue the cross-examination. There's such a thing as thinking too much. This horse is dead. Let's stop beating it. There's such a thing as thinking out loud too much, too. Alright. Let's see. Both players played with hats on. The victim, he plays whole time with his hand on locked on his neck. Is it the hats? Holy butts, the art quality upgrade. Yeah, the remaster, the art looks so good. Like, I thought it was nice there during the first trilogy that like, oh, like they redraw the sprites. These look so good. And this is also gonna be the last hand-drawn remaster, because the next two games are all in 3D. So, like, these are so good. I don't know what I was expecting. Until today, I haven't looked at anything in terms of, you know, the Apollo trilogy. So I'm like, ooh, this is nice. The animations look so clean. Like, the sweating animation is so detailed. Also, high game Lycan. Would this be correct? Because she says both players play with hats on, duh. So hat removed during investigation? No, it wasn't right. Darn. How exactly the evidence of the statement just now related? Oh, thank you for the grape juice. They aren't, are they? Okay, no. I don't think that won me any points with a judge. It was cold. Both players play with hats on. The victim, he plays whole time with hand on locket on his neck. I'll get some food and be right back. Yeah, absolutely. Is this the line? The victim plays whole time with his hand on the locket at his neck. Here we go. You know, there was one curious part in her testimony, just like Mr. Gavin said. Incidentally, this is something that, you know, someone just pointed out a little bit not too long ago. But what does it mean? Mr. Justice, would you care to explain what is you're thinking so intensely about? Recall the testimony, Your Honor. The victim played with his hand on locket around, with his hand on locket at his neck, I believe she said. I hope you aren't about to raise an objection to the witness's grammar. No, but look at this photograph. Do you see a locket on the victim's neck? Well done, Justice. I'm impressed. I knew you'd be able to handle this. But what does it mean? If we were to believe this witness's testimony as is, then the locket disappeared following the victim's death. Lockets don't just disappear, Your Honor. That's quite simple when you think about it. If the locket is gone, someone must have taken it off, no? Taken it off? Wait, you don't mean... The defendant wasn't strangling the victim at all. He was taking off his locket. Wouldn't that explain it? Ah. Defendant, what do you have to say to this? Say. Yes? I just noticed this, but... You have something hanging around your neck, don't you? Oh? You mean this? Yes. It's a locket. With a photograph inside. A photo of my daughter. Come again? Mr. Wright, you have a daughter? We confirmed it at the time of the arrest. The picture in the locket is indeed Mr. Wright's daughter. So Mr. Wright has a locket too? Why don't I buy this? Why don't I buy that this is just a coincidence? Well now, if the results of the poker game led to the murder, perhaps we should hear a bit more about the outcome of the game. Further testimony won't really be necessary. It's clear the defendant lost. Badly. Miss O'Reilly. Why did I say your name weird like that? Miss O'Reilly, you will testify to the court about the game played between the victim and the defendant. New testimony. Serious competition. The game began with 3,500 poker chips in, point and chip, 3,500 point and chips for each man. House chips come in two sizes, small and large. The one who was winning, it was victim. For last hand, defendant play with all chips on table and lose. The moment loss was decided, defendant grabs bottle from table and... Indeed, looking at this picture, it does seem to be a one-sided game. As the court knows, poker was the defendant's life. Failure must have been a bitter pill to swallow. Ah, how many times have I heard these words? I done it in a fit of anger, Your Honor. I did it in a fit of anger, Your Honor, and I regret what I done. Common tale, but true. I'm glad I can open up this log now. He thinks the judge watches too many old court movies. Mr. Wright said he hasn't lost in 7 years, so the testimony must be wrong. Something's fishy here. The game began with 3,500 point-in chips for each man. Okay. House chips come in 2 sizes, small and large. Odd detail, but I'm curious. Are the chips in this photo all the chips that were used? Duh, of course. Something's fishy with these chips. Should I press harder? Maybe you could explain about these chips? Explain? What is there to be explained? Poker chips are poker chips. They're not fish and chips. Not a chip off the old block. Not a motorcycle cop. Not a... Thanks. Now that I pressed her, I'd better ask us something. What are these chips worth? Are they in dollars or rubles even? Yet, as I have been saying before, it was game, not gambling. Or perhaps for capitalists to understand. 2 types of chip. 100 points chip and 1,000 points chip. It is not money, da. Justice? Sir! Don't you find your comment interesting? In more ways than one, sir. I'd have added her testimony myself. Well, does the defendant want the witness to add her testimony? Sure. Yes, I do think this deserves further scrutiny. Add it to the testimony. I wish I knew where I was going with this. Very well, witness, if you would be so kind. Your Honor. One kind of chip is worth 100 points, the other kind worth 1,000, 2 kinds in all. We'll explore this back a little bit later, if it comes up. The one who was winning, it was victim. You're telling me that Mr. Wright, undefeated for 7 whole years, was losing? It must have been most unlucky day for him. I am glad I did not take picture of him. It would break camera, certainly. The chips, they went always to the victim's side of table. You're telling us it was a one-sided game? One-sided, and... For last hand, defendant play with all chips on table and lose. Last hand. It was largest points of any hand. Defendant's hand, it was excellent. He tried to use it to take victory from behind. It appears that both the defendant and the victim's hands are in this picture. That is truly an excellent hand. However, so was the victim's. One with the highest number wins, so defendant loses. The victim, Mr. Smith, had a stronger hand than the defendant and crushed him. I believe that explains what occurs next. Once cards laid down on table, it happened. The moment loss was decided, defendant grabs bottle from table and... And? What happened next? Even to think of it now, I shake and tremble, I do not believe such thing would happen. What such thing? Please, you must believe I had no idea. How could such thing occur? What such thing? And yet. The defendant had been hitting victim. I saw it all happen right before me. I saw bottle coming down on victim's head. Decisive, isn't it, Your Honor? My witness saw the very moment of the crime. Remember, your first goal is to gather information. Yes, sir. Count contradiction. Here comes justice. Alright, was that the last line? Alright. Okay, one kind of chip is worth 100 points. The other is worth 1,000, 2 kinds in all. Mr. Gavin said this testimony is important. To be honest, I have no idea why. Mr. Justice? Do the court a favor and think of what you want to say before raising your hand. You're not in kindergarten. Sorry, I'm fine. I better think of something to ask. Quick. The 2 types of chips. 3,500 points to 700 chips? I don't remember if she said if it was 3,500 total or 35 each. Was it each? Okay, so 7,000 chips total. The small ones are 100, and the big ones 1,000. Right? Right, of course. Ha! Don't waste our time. Is that all? Yeah. Great. Mr. Gavin made me stop her. Now I'm the one who looks dumb. Oh, Justice? Please please try not to embarrass me like that. Huh? Who? Me? There's a clear contradiction in information you have in your hands. What? It's a simple matter of calculation. Go on, try it. We're not in kindergarten after all. A calculation? I'm back. Alright. One kind of chip is worth 100 points, the other kind is worth 1,000, 2 kinds in all. The game began with 3,500 points in chip for each man. Okay. So let's take a look. So that means we're looking for 7,000 chips, right? I saw that borscht, I got hungry, so I got some wings. The food in games will always make you a little hungry, right? Alright. 1. I'm gonna count... What was it? 100 for the small ones, and then 1,000 for the big ones. I got it. 1 spoil. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So 10 big chips. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 small chips. You're sure it was a victim who won? Absolutely sure? It seems our new attorney is a bit confused. A glance at the pictures enough to tell you who won. If you're not in kindergarten. Just for safety's sake, could you explain the problem to the court? Of course, Your Honor. In this photo, I see small chips, and I see large chips. Tell me, which are worth 1,000 points? Why, the big ones, of course. Duh. Oh, I thought so too. But then the totals don't add up. The totals? Let's review what the witness told us. Each man started with 3,500 points in chips, and the combined total value of the chips was 7,000 points. Yes, if my calculations are correct. Let's see. 3 plus 1, carry the 5. They are, Your Honor. Now, look at this photo that allegedly shows all the chips. If the big chips are worth 1,000 points, and the small chips are worth 100, and you add them up, how much is it? Do it yourself. You aren't in kindergarten, are you? 10,600 points. The chips don't add up. This clearly contradicts the witness's testimony. But why? How could this be? Exactly, Justice. Now that you know the what, you must determine the why. Right, there's only one possible way to explain this contradiction. So what could be the reason that the numbers don't quite add up here? Starting points are wrong? The chip count was wrong, or both were right. I think the starting number of chips was probably correct. I don't think the chip count was wrong. Each man began the game with 3,500 points. If all the chips are indeed showed in this photograph, there can only be one answer. Well, what is it? The value of the chips was the other way around. What? I want to know what I think? The small chips are worth 1,000 points, not the big ones. Madness! Utter madness! Show me the photograph of the chips again. There's 6 small chips, 10 large chips. Why, that does make 7,000 points when you add them up. Excellent work, Justice. It's almost as though you figured it out by yourself. Well, I'm just glad I was the one who said it. But wait! The value of the chips may be different. That changes nothing. Indeed, the victim did have the large number of chips still. Exactly. If the small chips are 1,000 points and the large chips are 100, let's do a little math. Add up the points from each side of the table. Victim, Mr. Smith, had 2,900 points. Ooh. And the defendant had 4,100. Well now, it seems that Mr. Wright was winning that night after all. That's impossible! My client had even less reason to kill the victim. After all, he was winning. Yeah! Now, Miss O'Reilly, you must have known the true value of the chips, since you were at the scene of the crime. Weren't you? Order! Order! It appears our defendant has lost his motive. Mr. Wright's supposed defeat never happened. Now we must ask ourselves whether we can trust... Excuse me? What is it, Miss O'Reilly? I did not want to be saying this, but... I'd love to see a sudden breakdown animation this stuff. I'd like to do one. I just would have to plan one out, you know? Actually, you see, see what, Miss O'Reilly? What do we see? In the last hand, there was cheating? A cheat? You don't mean... a trick? Wait, or do you mean... a scam? They're all the same thing. Yes, there was cheat in last hand. That is why game ends with chips as they are. Great. Just great. First we have lying, now cheating. Well, the case has certainly taken a turn. Really interesting. Witness, you will please testify to the court. Tell us about this cheating in the final hand. Cheating in my illegal black market room in the back of a borscht club with illegal gambling? Well, it's legal, I guess. They're not betting money. The last hand, both men had full house. There's 4 of each card in deck from ace to king. If you look at both men's hands, cheat is more obvious. The next moment, game becomes argument. The defendant's trick was exposed. He took bottle in his hand. Poor Mr. Smith. Miss O'Reilly, why did you not tell the court about this from the very beginning? Thought I smelled a cover-up here. Well, folks, it's time to throw back the covers. Full house is a very high-scoring hand. Not easy to make in my experience. That alone is enough to suspect less than scrupulous tactics. Wings vanished. Mr. Gavin? What's a full house? Lawyers these days? You don't know your poker. How old is Apollo? How old is our little guy? May I ask you a very off-topic question? Depends on the question, but go ahead. Apollo's like in his early 20s. How old is how old is Apollo in the first game? How old is Apollo Justice? Okay, he's 22. The same age as Phoenix when he started. I can't say this bodes well for your case or career. This is some kind of secret court poker ring? Justice. You know the terms of one pair, two pair, and three of a kind, yes? Yeah, no problem. Two cards with the same number makes a pair, and three makes a three of a kind. Good. Now picture a hand with one pair, and one three of a kind. That's a full house. I'm curious, what would you do to make your room more, like NB? I'm trying to make my room feel less male. Like a physical room? I don't know. I don't think that there's a clear term for that. Because really, what makes something non-binary is very relative, you know? If you look at like androgynous fashion, it's really just the lack of like female style elements. So like, you know, no pinks or bright colors, no like frilly things. It's very like straight, dark colors, very clean cut sort of things, which are all inherently very masculine elements, but they're just not overly manly. If you want something that feels less masculine, I'd say softer colors. You know, go for something lighter, more colors even. So like something less monochrome tends to add like a bit more character to it. And think of it like that. It's all relative to each other, you know. And if you look at men wearing androgynous fashion, it's them adding more, you know, feminine elements to their style. You know, things that show a bit more skin, things that are a bit more like form-fitting, things of that nature. You know, that's in terms of fashion. I don't know much about interior. All of my furniture in my house, is IKEA furniture and black tech. Like, my gamer mouse is RGB, but it's like at base like black plastic. My keyboard is the same. You know, my computer tower is a black case covered in stickers. So really just do whatever makes you happy. You know, look at style guides and stuff like that if you want for decorating. I'll look up and be close. It's AFAB being more androgynous, yeah. I feel like because that's like the more iconic style of it. But there's really no solid answer for non-binary, you know? You can be non-binary but love manly things and manly stuff and present as masculine. There's nothing wrong with that. Oh, so this is a full house, which is 3 of a kind and 2 pair. Doesn't sound easy to make. You can see each player's hand in this photo. MB room. Become goth style. It's fun. there are some like styles and aesthetics that do tend to lean more non-binary androgynous, if only because there's less distinction between which styles are for whichever traditional role. You know, it's less like, oh, like the men wear this and the women wear this. It's more like goth fashion. Everyone wears black and skirts. And makeup is for both genders. That kind of thing. Clothing expectations are often gender-based. Breaking away from gender often means breaking away from any of those expectations. Yeah. You just do whatever makes you comfortable. And if you feel like you want to lean more towards a certain aesthetic, look those up and see what elements make them different from, say, a different example. My favorite representation of MB fashion is girly pop military tactical. It's every combination of whichever. They both have full houses. Let's see. That's pretty tough. The fact that they got one of each of the aces and everything. We forget, there's an easy way to make a full house and go undefeated for 7 years. You cheat. The defense may cross-examine the witness. If he did cheat in the last hand, that still leaves one important question. Mr. Wright lost that hand. Who's ever heard of a professional con man losing when they cheat? That's very true. Well, you're gonna be a pretty bad con man in that case. Full house. There's hardly a house. That's hardly a house at all. The cards aren't even stacked on top of each other. We make this card house a card home. The final hand. Alright. Last hand, both men had full house. There's 4 of each card in deck from ace to king. If you look at both men's hands, cheat is more obvious. How is it clear? Well, the defendant, he played a 5th ace. A 5th ace? I still remember both hands very well. Mr. Smith's hand has 3 aces. And Mr. Wright's too. Obviously, cheating was afoot. Or perhaps, should I say, a hand. Your Honor, can this be added to the testimony without Mr. Payne's joke? Very well. The witness will add this detail to her testimony, please. GTFO Payne, I'm the only one allowed to make puns here. Mr. Smith's hand had 3 aces, and Mr. Wright's too. It has 5 aces in all. But that's not the case here. There's only 1 of each ace. Objection! It appears the witness is mistaken. Mistaken? But my name... Look, this piece of evidence clearly contradicts what you said in your testimony. That's the photo of the chips, is it not? Justice? Perhaps you ought to explain your point in a way that the judge can comprehend. In other words, use your finger to point out your point. Yes. Please out this contradiction in this photo. What particular point contradicts this witness's testimony? Ooh, look at this. Judge is stupid, Apollo. Right over here. Oops. Oh, cool. This is me clicking on the screen. This was the era of the early DS age. Oh, I had to like present. Okay. So I can't accidentally click on the screen. Miss O'Reilly, in your testimony, you made the following claim. Mr. Smith's hand has 3 aces. But as you can clearly see, the victim's hand only held 2 aces. Eee! Well, maybe the witness is simply confused. Take that! Perhaps it was the defendant's hand that held the 3rd ace in question. Take another look at the evidence. As you can see, the defendant also had 2 aces in his hand. There's one... Where's the 5th ace? I see cheating alright, and it's going right here in the courtroom. It's going on right here in this courtroom. 2 aces in each player's hand does make 4 aces in total. Hardly proof of cheating. Oh, wait, please. It is true, I have seen it. The 5th ace. There was cheating, I swear to you. It's odd. She must be lying. Yet she's the most sincere I've seen her all day. You're right to trust your instincts. Mr. Gavin? Who knows what lies in store for us in the trial ahead? Your Honor, if I may, I have a suggestion. Four ace? Even if it was on the floor, there's still 5 cards in each hand, so it's not like one fell off. It had to mean that it was an extra card regardless. What that might be, Mr. Gavin? If you don't mind, perhaps we might examine the actual cards? The cards? Mr. Payne. Yes? The player's hand that night were set aside as evidence, were they not? The defense would like to request that the cards be shown to the court. Very well. The prosecution will submit this evidence. Which will you examine? The victim's cards or the defendant's cards? If these cards don't prove cheating was going on, nothing will. Now, which of these hands is more suspicious? Let's see. If we think that the victim cheated, or something happened to the victim's hand, we would ask for this. Right now, we're suspecting the defendant of cheating? I don't know which one is the correct answer. There's no penalty for me getting this wrong, so we can look at either or. But yeah, it was the victim's hand that changed over the course of the witness's testimony. The defense requests time to examine Mr. Smith's cards. Very well, Mr. Payne, if you would. Very well. Alright, we can look at this. Well, time's a-wasting. Get to it, Justice. Yes, sir. Remember this mechanic from the last game? This was a feature that they added as the bonus case when they were transferring over the series to the DS. When examining evidence, make sure to view it from all sides and angles. By using arrow keys, turn it every which way, and B and M to zoom in and out. Okay. That should give you a better perspective on the case. Okay, let's do this. But I can just use my mouse. There it is. What? Your Honor, look at this! One of the victim's cards. The back is a different color. Eh? Eh? That's impossible! But I put that card in Wright's hand. Ah! What was that, Miss O'Reilly? Yeah, no, I merely said, duh, I have... Your Honor? Mr. Gavin, yes? Tell me, what is the easiest way to cheat at poker? To cheat? I'll tell you. One merely needs a friend, a comrade, shall we say. The dealer. Wait, so you mean... This witness, Miss O'Reilly... She's the cheater. A professional, I'd wager. Yeah! Order, order! Focus, Justice. I had to take advantage of her. Of her mistake. Your Honor. Please recall the testimony we just heard. That's impossible. But I put that card in Wright's hand. Ergo, Miss Olga O'Reilly conspired to cheat. Not with my client, but with the victim, Mr. Shady Smith. Oh! Not only did she cheat, she cheated poorly. Therefore, it's not hard to imagine an altercation between her and the victim. What? Wait, you don't mean... The defense isn't accusing the witness, Miss Olga O'Reilly, are you? I'm for justice. I love how much Apollo uses his own name as a pun. There were 3 people in the room at the time of the incident. And if Mr. Wright isn't guilty, that means... I am. The defense accuses the witness, Miss Olga O'Reilly, for murder. Eee! Oh, the little lobster. Or crawfish? Mr. Payne, where is your witness, Miss Olga O'Reilly? It appears she has lost consciousness, Your Honor. Mr. Justice? Your Honor, it seems you've presented a new possibility to the court. One suggesting a connection between the witness and the victim, Mr. Smith. I got that Spider-Man luck. I want Apollo to strike a Super Sentai pose when saying his own name. Oh, he absolutely does. He has this thing that he's mentioned before called the Chords of Steel, which is a vocal exercise he does every day, where he just stands there and screams, basically, to train his vocal cords. And I'm sure he does like a cool pose every once in a while. And that means this court cannot pronounce a verdict for the defendant at this time. What? I did it. I held out. I see no point in prolonging the trial this day. The prosecution will need to make further inquiries. Mr. Wright. I like to believe the judge is immortal. It's only been 7 years. How old do you think the judge is? You can't end the trial here, Your Honor. Not yet. What nonsense is the defendant spewing now? Think. One of the cards had a different colored back. Don't you wonder what it means? What are you doing, Mr. Wright? Raising objections when you're about to get off the hook? Ridiculous! Mr. Payne, you of all people should know. Mr. Wright has a talent for the ridiculous. Also, new Wright voice? Yeah. Look how much Wright has aged. It's only been 7 years. He looks fine. He's got a little stubble in there. He's all right. Also, new voice line for Wright's objection. Not hobo. We do call him Hobo Phoenix. That is the nickname we call this version of him. He looks more dateable to me now. He's not a sprightly 22-year-old, 23-year-old. He's now like 30. 29, 30. I don't know if it says... Oh, 33. So that means... it's been more than 7 years, but it's 2026. They aren't very consistent with the ages. I can't really go on that. That's why, what they called them in the fandom, back in my siblings' AA days. Back in like 2005. This game came out, 2007, actually. I think that was when this game came out. Hobo Phoenix, more like daddy. I mean, he is. He has a daughter. Wait, yeah. Perhaps we should get to the bottom of things. Let's clear up the facts about the game that fateful night. He does. Yeah, he just said that. So the locket that he has in his on his person, it has a picture of his daughter in it. I got the house-based memory and mixed up. He got Ashy Pregger. Edgeworth isn't present currently. This isn't spoilers or anything like that, but Edgeworth is going through his whole thing. After this game originally came out, after Apollo Justice came out, Edgeworth got 2 of his own games that were sequels to the 3rd game, but a prequel to this game, which is the 4th game. So it's like a 3.5 game series just for Edgeworth, which I would love to play. I cannot play because it's exclusive. It is a Game Boy exclusive game series. Yeah, pregnant? No. If I wish. As was said before, we alternated between 2 decks of cards that night. That was said before. The 2 decks of the club had different colored backs, blue and red. 1 color per deck. Why use different colored backs? We use the same color. The 2 decks might get mixed. You used 2 different colors and they still got mixed up. We used the red deck for the last game. I see, but that's odd. For some reason, I have this impression that you were using the blue cards. Yeah, me too. I'm sure someone said something about blue cards. As he came back to being we'll find out. Whatever. In the end, I'm going to, in the end, one card of the wrong color got into the mix. That means there was cheating. Yes, a card slipped into the deck that would seem to indicate cheating. I need to watch the two romance become stronger. But Phoenix is the main character here. It's Apollo. He's our defendant. He's going to jail. This card raises two serious questions. Apollo? Yes? Let's consider the first question, shall we? Think. In the last game, when was the card swapped? When? There are three broad possibilities here. It could have been swapped before the murder, during the murder, or after the murder. Well, yeah, thanks for the news bulletin, Mr. Wright. Of course it was... Oh? Might it be as simple as you think? It might be as simple as you think, Mr. Payne. Or it might not be. I'd like to hear what Apollo thinks first. When do you think the cards were swapped? When the cards were swapped in the deck? What do we think happened? We have a hand of red cards, and for some reason one of them was blue. It was one of the king cards is blue. Before the murder, during the murder, after the murder. We don't lose any health for this, which means we're just exploring currently the possibilities. So, it could be any of these. Well, it must have happened before the murder. You mean during the game? I wonder. Huh? Why? Think. When you're playing poker, which side of the cards faces your opponent? Ah, the back. Not something that poker head of courtroom number 3 would likely to miss. Sorry, let me think about it once, some more. I just want to see now. Clearly it happened during the murder. Well, weren't they swapped during the murder? During the murder? Tell me, exactly when is that? Huh? Well, the very moment the act, I guess. Would that be the moment the cards were shown? Or perhaps the moment the cheater was revealed? Or maybe the very moment the bottle came down Mr. Smith's head? Can I have a moment? That moment could cost you this case. Sorry, let me rethink this. Alright. When was the card swapped into the deck? Perhaps it happened after the murder. What's that? Ridiculous! What's the point of cheating after the hands have been shown? That's silly! Yes, but tell me, how do you swap cards during the game? I'll take silly over impossible. Take it from me, son. There's a lot of silly in this world, but very little impossible. Oh? Even when the back of the cards are different color? If you pulled that during the game, you'd be caught in no time. Ah, quite true. That would mean that the blue card in question was swapped after the hands were shown, after the murder. Okay, this is going past silly and straight into crazy. I ask again, what's the point of cheating after the game is over? Who would do that? Who indeed? That's one of the mysteries before us. There's another? Yes. A simple yet decisive question must be asked. Who swapped the red card for a blue card? Who? The game and the murder is done. The victim is dead. Only two remain in the room, alive that is. The defendant, Phoenix Wright, and our witness, Olga O'Reilly. Okay. So who was it that swapped the red card for blue? Phoenix is the one, explaining this out, so I don't think it was him. And Olga already admitted that she thought it was in the other hand. The one who swapped the cards wasn't Mr. Right, of course. And, well, it doesn't seem like it could have been Olga or really either. What are you suggesting? That's hardly a logical conclusion, I'll admit. As a defense, I think it only makes sense for you to name Miss O'Reilly at this point. Yes, I know. But she was the one who dealt the cards, right? I just can't believe she would make the mistake of swapping the wrong color card. And if the card was swapped during the game, it'd be obvious. Something you'd like to share with the court, Mr. Wright? Oh, my apologies, Your Honor. I was just thinking about how much fun this all this is. Fun? How about confusing? I have no idea what the defense is claiming, Your Honor. If the one who swapped the cards wasn't the defendant, and it wasn't Miss O'Reilly, then who was it? Yeah, well, that is the question, isn't it? Precisely. Huh? I believe we're about to see a case take a new direction. New direction? We'll find that indeed, after the murder, someone swapped the cards in the victim's hand. And that someone made two critical mistakes. I'm sure you're going to tell us the first was swapping the wrong colored card. Because the one who did swap the colors didn't know two colors of cards were being used. The other mistake was the number on the card. Right, the person replaced the fifth ace with a king. I'm sure whoever swapped it wasn't expecting there to be a fifth ace after all. All they knew was that the game had been won with a full house. So they picked up a king from the table and swapped it in. But there's one problem. According to our case record, this person doesn't exist. That's true. Not until now. But you have to admit the possibility of a fourth person. Though it's more than a possibility. There was someone else there the night of the scene of the crime. What? Now the person. I believe the joke spoke truthfully earlier. You do make trials ridiculous, Mr. Wright. The fourth person. Is it Sun? Is the fourth person in the room with us? I love that Phoenix's reputation of making ridiculous cases has lasted with him all these years. The trial has proceeded on the one central assumption. Namely, that at the time of the incident, there were only 3 people in that room. I believe this is new evidence, shall we say. Overturns the assumption. Problem is that you chose to conceal this information from the court. I suppose that is a problem, yes. Court is adjourned for the brief recess. Mr. Gavin, I'll see you in my chambers during this recess. Certainly, Your Honor. Very well, the trial will resume in 20 minutes. Well, we've made it this far. Ooh, 2-hour case. That was quite unexpected, Mr. Wright. To suddenly claim there was another person at the scene of the crime like that. Phoenix just goes out of his way to witness crimes and show up in court for the rest of his life. Certainly he needs a hobby, huh? Well, he does have one. It's playing piano. Bad. He knows how to play one song. And what do you think the one song he knows how to play piano is? I must ask, is it the truth? Well, now, I think you would know the answer to that. Being mysterious, are we? Sadly, I have no time for mysteries. I only ask that you leave the defending to your defense in the future. Otherwise, I cannot guarantee the outcome. I see you haven't mellowed out one bit, Kristoff. Justice? Yes, sir! The judge has summoned me to his chambers, so carry on without me. Did well, Apollo. Can I ask you something? Sure. That locket you wear, is that really yours, Mr. Wright? You're wondering about the victim's disappearing locket? Here, you can take a look at it. There's a picture of my daughter in there. Little baby. I'm just surprised to hear you had a daughter. Most people are. Perhaps you'll meet her one of these days. One more question. Blair! Hi, Blair! Welcome in. My name is Sun, your local Foxboy lawyer, player, enjoyer. How was your art? And also Grand Blue. Woo! Hi, everyone. We got to the halfway point. This is the first case of the Apollo Justice game, the first of the trilogy that I'm so excited to play for you guys. So, if you don't like spoilers, if you plan to play the Apollo Justice game for yourself, you know, feel free to hop out. But if you're here for the ride, we just got to a twist. A locked room murder, basically. A room where we only thought there were 3 people present, but turns out there might be a 4th. Art was good. I finished my angel. Ooh, I want to see that. I love your art so much, Blair. But thank you so much for coming in. If you need to take care of yourself, if you need to go pee, have a drink of water, have a snack, take a nap, absolutely feel free to do so. We're talking to Phoenix Wright. Our hobo dad Wright. And he's a little aged, but he's doing okay. One more question. The one who cheated that night, was it you? Did he cheat at poker? What do you think? Huh? You know what happened 7 years ago? What I did? Phoenix in his scruffy area. Hobo Phoenix! I like his outfit. It looks comfy. We just saw a picture of his daughter in his locket, and she's so cute! It's not unreasonable to think that I might cheat. I never. Honest. But it is odd that he managed to go undefeated for 7 whole years. Did he do it bad? I forgive him. Red flags? Too bad. Red's our favorite color. Want to know something? There's only one game where you can be, there's only one game where you can be dealt bad cards all night and still win. Poker. Huh? You see, poker's all about reading your opponent. And that way, it's a lot like a court case. Poker is like a trial law? Is like trial law? Figure out what your opponent is thinking, and you win. Well, yeah, but that's harder than it sounds. I think not. Try as they might to conceal it, everyone reveals their true thoughts in the end. Your body language can become a valuable source of information. You're kidding. That witness, for instance, Miss O'Reilly. She would touch the back of her neck during certain parts of her testimony. Did you notice? No. Come on, who'd notice that? Words, habits, twitches, it's all information for reading. That's the secret to winning, Apollo. Someone taught me, and now I pass the secret on to you. But I'm not worthy. I mean, there's no way I'll pick up on these signals. No, you can do it. Huh? You just don't know it yet. What's he talking about? But you will, soon. Almost forgot. One more thing. About this case. You should know, I haven't told the truth to anyone yet. I like the Magatama power from the first game, though. We're not Phoenix, though. We don't have the Magatama. We do have something else, though. Something I do want to make a model for. What? I knew it. I have my reasons, of course. All shall be revealed. Apollo, I need you to be there, defending me. I need your power. My, power? I had no idea that my cores of steel were that special. It's time. The real trial begins now. Do your best. Our power, huh? It's dumb. Ooh, first save. Look at this. Look at this fresh file. Ooh. First slot. I love these sounds. Ooh. Alright. The power of his hair antenna. That's where he keeps his secrets. They channel the truth to him. Ooh. Alright, take a minute, quick stretch. We've hit the halfway point. Ooh. Alright. Sip of water. Are you guys enjoying it so far? I love this game so much. The art looks so good for this remaster. I'm glad I didn't... I almost went with a smaller screen resolution, but when OBS was capturing it, it was like really pixelated for some reason, because I guess the sprite resizing didn't quite come off well, so I'm playing this full screen, which I hardly do for streaming. The whole monitor is just taken up by this game. Alright, let's continue. April 20th, 420! 12:14 p.m. District Courtroom number 2. I'm always down for Ace Attorney. Foom, more commonly known as Dragon... Oh, is that what it's called? Even like the zoom out sprites look really nice. Court will now reconvene. Has our witness, Miss Olga O'Reilly, recovered? Yes, Your Honor. Well, she's regained consciousness. Perhaps we can hear her version of the events again? That's the thing. You see, she's quite fatigued. You're looking a bit fatigued yourself, Mr. Payne. Sadly, fatigue is insufficient grounds for refusing to testify or prosecute. The defense would like to request that Miss O'Reilly take the stand. Very well. The witness will take the stand. Perhaps you could repeat your name and profession? Or perhaps you'd rather admit that you're a poor liar and a poor loser. Not. Name's Olga O'Reilly. That's the truth. I'm a pro dealer. People call me Olga Quick Fingers O'Reilly. Oh, really? Want to know something else? I'm not really Russian, and my last name sounds like O'Reilly. Costume change. There, that's the truth. Hope you're satisfied. That's a nickname. I love this change. I like her outfit here, like the server outfit with the headband. Witness, you will tell the court what you were really up to that night. Fine, I'll talk. We had a plan, see? Let me remind you that you are currently under oath. Any further fabrications will have serious consequences. Fine. Like I said, I'm a pro. That guy, Shady Smith, hired me to do what I do best. I was planned at the Borscht Bowl Club several days prior to the night of the game. As a waitress? Oh, as a waitress. I thought she was gonna continue from there. So you were in cahoots with a victim? Not that he needed my help. Smith was a well-known poker player in some circles. But winning wasn't the main purpose of this game. It was about destroying the legend, the unbeatable Phoenix Wright. The plan was simple. Elegant, really. You see, we set up a trap of sorts. It was to plant a card in Wright's pocket beforehand, then deal 5 aces during one of their games. When their hands were summoned, when their hands were revealed, Smith would call him out and search Wright. Where are you putting your hands there, Shady Smith? He would pull out the planted card and trap would be snapped shut. You swapped the cards! Exposed to the cheater and losing on top of it. It would have made a great double play. Just like that, the legend would be dashed to pieces. Indeed. Getting caught red-handed cheating would cast doubt at all his prior wins. A 7-year legend, destroyed by one little card. That was the plan. Oh really, oh really? How droll. But it appears you made quite the mistake. A mistake? I agree, the trap was elegant. Yet, what happened to the planted card? Hey, that's right. He's lucky, I'll give him that. You'd have to be to slip free from a trap laid by Olga Quickfingers O'Reilly. Oh, really? The witness would be much cuter if she dispensed with the The witness would be much cuter if she dispensed with the evil mastermind shtick. Cute? Who wants to be cute? I'm not cute. I'm bad. You hear me? Bad. When you're through being bad, perhaps you could testify to the court? Tell us about this trap and how it was sprung. Alright, the best laid traps. That night, I planted a card like I was supposed to. And Wright lost the hand just like he was supposed to. Then Smith searched him. But the planted card was gone. The trap failed. Next moment, I picked up a bottle and swung it. It wasn't me who hit Smith. It was that no-good cheating defendant. A surprisingly frank testimony that still leaves us mostly in the dark. The trap was perfect, I tell you. Perfect. That rotten cheater hadn't messed it up. Look who's talking. Well, the testimony, for what it's worth, is all yours, Mr. Justice. With a witness like her, who needs criminals? With defendants like Mr. Wright, who needs prosecutors? Alright, let's go. That night, I planted the card like I was supposed to. And Wright lost the hand like he was supposed to. Then, Smith searched him. So, everything went according to plan. Exactly. The face came up, so it's obvious the switch went off without a hitch. Once the extra card was found in his pocket, Wright would be forever known as a cheat and a fraud. There are worse things to be known as, I suppose. Tell us what happened with the search. The planted card was gone. The trap failed. Card disappeared? Yeah, my trump card, the 5 of hearts. Gone, without a trace. Poof, zippo. We searched every nook and cranny. Even inside his cute little hat. It is a cute hat. The card was nowhere to be found, is this correct? Never in my long, storied career, never has Quickfingers O'Reilly been so readily duped. Oh, really? So, what happened to the 5 of hearts? Don't look at me. Why don't you ask that cheating, lying, two-faced defendant? The 5 of hearts is still missing in action. The next moment, Wright picked up his bottle and swung it. Wait, isn't that a little odd? Oh, what's odd? You searched Mr. Wright thoroughly and found nothing? Which means he didn't cheat. Which means he didn't have reason to strike the victim. Well... What was that just now? I sensed something. Something wrong, Mr. Justice? No, nothing, Your Honor. What to do? Should I press her a little harder? Yeah. Miss O'Reilly, you're hiding something. What are you talking about? You? Me? Quickfingers O'Reilly? Hide something? The defense will refrain from baseless accusations. I have one question for the witness, then. You say you saw the moment the defendant hit the victim. Is this true? Of course it's true. I did see it, honest. I saw it when Mr. Wright hit him. Or when Wright hit him. I don't know why I keep saying Mr. Wright. I saw it when Wright hit him. With my own eyes, I saw it. What's this weird vibe I'm getting? That witness, for instance. So really, she would touch the back of her neck during certain parts of her testimony. Did you notice? Touching her neck, was it? Right there. Whoa, what's going on? The sensation, it's coming into focus. There, that twitch, it's so clear. It's like I could perceive her habit, like I couldn't before. Yeah, perceive button. Gotcha! Got a new expletive. Miss Aurelie, perhaps you were unaware of this yourself. Unaware of what? Whenever you get to a certain part of your testimony, you touch the back of your neck with your left hand. My neck? So what? What indeed, Justice? I hadn't noticed anything of the sort. When she says that part of her testimony, she's subconsciously recalling something. Her body reacts to the memory as she touches her neck. I'm sure of it. Memory? Would someone care to explain what he's babbling about? This is highly unusual. But let's ask the defense. You claim the witness is remembering something. Maybe you have the evidence of this memory to show us? Her habit is scratching her neck whenever she talks about the moment of the crime. So, what would remind her of the moment of the crime? Miss Aurelie, whenever you recall the crime that night, you scratch your neck. I've noticed it happens times you think about the moment of the crime. There must be some reason behind this habit of yours. I believe the weapon left an inerasable impression on your... I believe the weapon that left an inerasable impression on your neck is this. Is it... Just to make sure, we don't have anything else. Whenever she talks about the moment of the crime, she touches her neck. And what reminds us more of that moment than this bottle, the murder weapon? But something doesn't fit. If you were only the witness to the crime, why would they make you touch your neck like you're in pain? What's he talking about now? It was Mr. Smith, the victim, who was hit. Not you. This is a cross-examination, not a cross-wild conjecture. The witness's habits, they're completely irrelevant. Justice, I'll admit, I'm a bit confused myself. This is certainly a unique cross-examination. I'll explain later. Just trust me. Now's our only chance to break her. Miss Aurelie, please testify in detail about the moment of the crime. The very moment. Yeah, I know nothing. I am knowing nothing. We know you're not Russian. The witness will testify, please. Now. Bah, fine. He's the one who did it. I didn't let him out of my sight till the cops got there. He seemed uneasy. You try standing up here. Her eyes are darting all over the place. It must be getting warm. Tell me, after the crime, what was the defendant like? Well, he must have been stunned by the weight of his crime. He sat in a daze at the table until the cops came. Intriguing. That sounds a little off. I believe you've gotten all the testimony you're going to get out of this witness. So, what do you think about her testimony? I'll tell you what I think. Her testimony is... flawed. It's basically bogus. It contradicts the evidence. What's that? Well, show us this evidence, Mr. Justice. This evidence that you claim contradicts the testimony. She didn't let him out of her sight until the cops got there. I know there's some evidence that contradicts that. His phone. This really. We have a record here that clearly contradicts what you said. It states that the police were alerted by a report from the defendant. We know the defendant left the room, climbed the stairs, and made that phone call from the first floor of the Borscht Bowl Club. Ah! So, explain how you kept your eyes on the defendant when he left the room entirely. The man who picked up a bottle and swung it that night wasn't the defendant. Ooh. Showdown time. Dirty cheat. Check his pockets now. It's gone. The card's gone. You lose. Ah! Just then, Smith grabbed the bottle from next to right, and he hit me. He hit me. You, some master of cheating you turned out to be. Eek! When I came to, Victim was already dead. Is that it? That's why I couldn't reveal who I really was. If it came out that I was in league with Smith, I'd be a suspect for sure. Well, where does this leave us? Madness. This is madness. I'm dreaming. It must have been me who was hit with a bottle, and I'm imagining all this. Here's our prosecution is at his wit's end. And frankly, I can't blame him. Mr. Gavin, what do you think of this turn of events? Mr. Gavin? Sir? I believe that, as the defense in this case. You're compelled to call Miss O'Reilly a big fat liar. What? We were in the room of the night of the murder, the defendant, the victim, and her. And she has motive. A motive? Plot foiled, the witness got into an argument with her client, Mr. Smith. And the announcement of that argument was, I'm sorry. The denouement, no, I think it's pronounced denouement, but I could be wrong. The denouement of that argument was murder. I'm never gonna see that word again, so it doesn't matter. Oh, what? I'm no killer. It's a trap. Someone's trying to frame me. But who? What tangle webs we weave when we practice to deceive. Love that line. So tangled, we catch ourselves in the process. Mr. Wright. That's a hasty conclusion. Not like you, Christoph Gavin. What are you saying? Why not consider the other possibility? That there was another person in the room at the time of the murder. Right, like Mr. Wright was saying before recess. A single card was swapped into the victim's hand after the murder. The one who swapped the card didn't know two colors were being used. A fourth person. Ha! This theory again, your fourth person doesn't exist! Bum, bum, bum! Indeed. That's why I decided to bring this case to court. Here, where there's no escape and no chance for deception. The perfect place to catch the real criminal. Ooh, Phoenix. He let himself get caught and accused of murder in order to find who the real criminal is. So sly. The real criminal? We're in luck. A clue to the real criminal's identity was kindly provided for us. And right at the beginning of the trial, no less. What? Paulo? Perhaps you know what I'm talking about? Sorry. Remember what I said. The fourth person who swapped the cards made one critical error. He or she wasn't considering the color of the cards. He or she wasn't considering the color on the back of the cards. Right. But how could such an obvious mistake occur? He's become so tricksy. He's learned a couple tricks. Can't teach a old dog new tricks? Nah, not this dog. The cards used for the last game were red. Yet, there's one person here in our court who thought the cards were blue. I'm gonna hold on to that for a second. Yeah, I had that impression too, but why? Well, Apollo, think you can figure out who it was? It's not me, I swear. Who is this fourth person? Why do I always get put on the spot like this? Let's hear what the defense has to say. Who was it? Both of the cards used in the final game were blue. Allow that to go through. There was someone at the very beginning who made a very poetic, comparison of the back of the cards being blue flames. As I expected. Your eyes and ears are as sharp as your hair. That's what really makes a good attorney. It's their hair. I was right. Christoph Gavin, you were the fourth person that night. But of course Mr. Gavin knows the color of the cards. How would he? As you can see, the photo of the crime scene is black and white. You can't tell which of the cards are blue, the ones on the floor or the table. But look! You can see the colors of the photo! Yes. But when he said the cards were blue, it was well before this evidence came to light. It's true the defendant was engaged in the game of poker with the victim. Yet it was only that, a game, in the purest sense. Competition, Your Honor. A competition? Yes, a test of wits. A silent clash of passions. Only the cards, their backs wreathed in a blue flame, know the final outcome. Well, Christoph? Mr. Gavin? Mr. Gavin, is something the matter? No, nothing. Excuse me. It's just so sudden. Right. You aren't seriously accusing me, are you? Oh, Christoph? You know, even I'd never take a joke this far. This has gone beyond ridiculous, beyond dumb. This is insanity. The defendant accusing his own defense attorney of murder? I assure you, I'm quite sane. But what possible connection could Mr. Gavin have to the victim? I wasn't aware that I had a connection to Mr. Smith either. Yes, but Mr. Gavin and the victim have never even met. Well, what if they have? Huh? There's a possibility, after all. They may have met that night, before the game started. What are you suggesting? Is this the truth Mr. Wright was staying silent about? Well, only one thing to do. Mr. Wright, the defense would like to, request that you... Oh. The defense would like to request no such thing. What were we gonna say? That you testify to the court. Mr. Gavin? Testimonies must relate to the case. How could anything happening before the game of poker be related? I see. Hi, Crosby. Welcome to the courtroom. I'm not sure I follow, Mr. Gavin. As I explained before, the defense believes that Miss O'Reilly... Am I to assume that you speak for Mr. Justice in this? He's the defense, not you. He ain't the boss of us. Well, he is the boss of us. He is our boss. But we're the ones in charge of the case. Mr. Justice, This is a matter of Mr. Wright's testimony. The right of Mr. Wright's testimony. The matter of Mr. Wright's testimony is up to you. Oh, okay. Does the court, in your opinion, need to hear Mr. Wright's testimony? I think it's rather important that we hear this out. This is Mr. Wright's strategy. He was planning this all along, and I intend to see it through. The defense would like to request that Mr. Wright testify to the court. We believe in Mr. Wright. And to Justice? You would betray me, your teacher? I'm sorry, Mr. Gavin. This isn't about loyalty. It's about the truth. Very well. The defendant, Mr. Wright, will take the stand, please. There he is. Appetite before murder. That evening, Kristoff and I had dinner. We sat at the table in this photograph. Shady Smith walked in 5 minutes after Kristoff left. When the trap failed, Smith hit the waitress. That girl was knocked out cold, and Smith was uncontrollable. I had to call the police. I left to call the police. When I returned, he was dead, blood streaming from a cut on his forehead. That's when I made another phone call. The defense attorney Gavin. Mr. Gavin, you were at the Borscht Bowl Club the night of the murder. I dine with him rather frequently. And talked to the defendant on the phone directly after the murder. Went against my will. I'd become involved in murder. I thought I might be in need of a lawyer, so I called him. We're planning this all along, weren't you, Wright? Just because you wanted to drag me into your little murder trial. The only thing I want is the truth. As I did back then, and now. Something happened way back in the day, 7 years ago. I thought my office was doing you a favor when we took on your defense. It appears that I was wrong. Very well. The defense may cross-examine the witness. Justice? Sir. He's lying, and you're going to expose him. Understood, sir. Mr. Gavin versus Mr. Wright. This can't end well. Why can't I have a normal trial? This is our first trial! And our teacher, our mentor, is currently under fire. We got this. We got this. That evening, Kristoff and I had dinner. We sat at the table with his photograph. Shady Smith walked in 5 minutes after Kristoff left. No pressure. No big deal. 5 minutes? So, the two of them could have passed in the restaurant during that time. That would have been a fateful encounter, to be sure. Oh, Mr. Wright, what was it you said? Kristoff, Gavin, and Shady Smith may have met? I believe I did say that. Here was all nervous about this meeting. And now we hear they just passed in the hall? It does seem a little weak as a pretense for murder. Oh, it would be. If that were all that really happened. Come on, Mr. Wright. What are you hiding this time? Ooh, brownies. When that trap failed, Smith hit the waitress. About this failed trap. This is the same trap that Miss Olga really mentioned? Oh, you mean Winston Payne? That he's been growing it out for years. The plan was simple. Elegant, really. You see, we set a trap of sorts. It was to plant a card in Wright's pocket beforehand. Then deal 5 aces during one of their games. When the hands were revealed, Shady Smith would call him out and search Wright. He would then pull out the planted card and the trap would snap shut. You swapped the cards! Just like that, the legend would be dashed to pieces. Yes, a harmless prank, in essence. Explodes out a random attorney's desk. We probably don't even have one yet. Hello, you beautiful people. Hello there, Strider. It was by a quirk of fate that I happened to discover it. A quirk? I happened to put my hand in my pocket. Found a card. The card she planted. Yes, I stuck a peek in and found it was the 5 hearts. I had a feeling something might have happened, so I disposed of the card before the game. Disposed? Where? There was an empty bottle of grape juice I had been drinking right beside me. I threw the card inside the bottle. Empty bottle of grape juice? The murder weapon? Yes. I rolled it up and shoved it in there. The colored glass makes it hard to see. You would have... I guess it was a planted card. I was gonna say, like, is there just, like, a deck out there that's missing a 5 of hearts? Battle of wits between the deceiver and the would-be deceived. That sounds like a terrific drama. A card inside the murder weapon? That's strange. Did the police miss it in their investigation? Maybe I'll take a look. So when does this game take place in relation to the other games? Roughly a little over 7 years in the future. From the end of the last game, which we just played last week, the bonus case, this would be 7 years in the future. This is 2026 now. The last game was 2019. The ages don't quite line up because the writers don't care exactly about the exact ages and birthdays of the characters. But yeah. Maybe I'll take a look. Okay, we gotta look inside the bottle. Mr. Wright, the poker head of courtroom number 3 approves of this battle of wits. Please revise your testimony with this new information. I discovered the trap during the game and disposed of the card in the bottle. I had to just, like, look at this. Alright. No clues here. Right? Can't open up the bottle or anything. Grape juice. How long has it been since I drank grape juice? Apparently it's Mr. Wright's favorite drink. Wonder how well it goes with the borscht. Yeah. Bottle's completely empty. Nothing on there. Apollo's hair reminds me of the top feather frills of a bird. I like Apollo's design. There's actually a lot of sketches about what his concept design would have been. And, like, it's so interesting to see what we would have gotten. But I think it's so iconic. I disposed of the card in the bottle. This one? Oh, wait, I have to present it. Mr. Wright, if I may. Yes? I examined the bottle, and I don't see any card in here. No? What, Mr. Wright? Surely... ... isn't something you have to say for yourself? Can't say I know what happened to the card. I did put in that bottle, however. Perhaps a 5th person came to take it out. Oh, and a 6th person could have helped. Mr. Gavin, Mr. Wright is your client. My apologies, Your Honor. I won't have you disparaging our investigation either. We looked inside that bottle. There was nothing. So what's going on? Is Mr. Wright hoodwinking us again? Or did the card just disappear? In any case, please continue the cross-examination. I'm afraid decisive contradictions call forth for decisive evidence. Oh. Push him harder, Justice. Break him. It's just you and the witness in the ring. Go for the KO. Damn, Kristoff. Ugh. Why do I get the feeling we're not on our client's side anymore? Alright. Kristoff and I had dinner. We sat at the table. Let's do some pressing. Wonder how Phoenix Wright went from Ace Attorney to destitute. Well, we gotta find out. Something happened 7 years ago that led him to becoming a pianist and a poker player. something happened that only a few people know of. And also, he has a daughter. You had dinner with Mr. Gavin? Oh, I already asked this. Or did I? You had dinner with Mr. Gavin? Yes, he dines with me at the Borscht Bowl quite frequently. We were enjoying our usual dinner at our usual spot. As usual. Usual? Phoenix fucks? You mean he wasn't before? He had an ex-girlfriend, and also Edgeworth was there. We don't know where Edgeworth is right now, though. He's like I think he's abroad, currently. Usual? I always eat at the table closest to the piano. I see. Where Mr. Smith was sitting. So, the place on the such a table were for your dinner? Indeed. The remnants of my meal were with Kristoff. We dined for 2 hours, then Kristoff left. After that... Edgeworth is abroad now? Good for her! Trust me, you're gonna see Edgeworth, and you're gonna understand. You're gonna understand why he's one of my favorites. Not my favorite. We haven't met him yet. Well, it's Apollo, but still. Shady Smith walked in 5 minutes after Kristoff left. I discovered the trap during the game and disposed of the card in the bottle. The girl was knocked out cold and Smith was uncontrollable, so I left to call the police. You made the call for the police from the first floor of the restaurant, correct? Exactly. Cell phones didn't get enough signal at the hideout. Was anyone else on the first floor at the time? Not a soul. It was the middle of the night, after all. It was like 2 a.m. So there, in the darkened restaurant, I called the cops. After making the call, I returned to the hideout. Well, how long was the poker? I guess. I was gonna say, like, 2 hours at, like, probably 9 p.m. for dinner? Jeez. Well, it would have been, like, midnight, but if it was dinner, then poker, that's a bit more time. Still. It didn't seem right to leave the injured waitress alone. When I returned, he was dead, blood streaming from a cut in his forehead. And when he returned, the victim was already... dead, yes. I'll admit, I was a little startled when I walked in. A little? He was bleeding from his forehead, after all. I guess I'd be startled too if I walked in on a scene like that. My guess is him and Maya had a falling out or she died. No, she's currently going through training, actually. She's going through spirit medium training. That's when I made another phone call. The defense attorney Gavin. Could you explain why you called Mr. Gavin? For reference also, Maya was training in the original game series to become the leader of her village. So probably that's what she's doing now. She's leading the entire the Karain village right now. I had a burger, brownie, caramel, honey, coffee for a nice food experiment. The food experiment was mixing burger grease with potato flakes. It was golden brown, scrambled some eggs in it. Oh, that sounds good. Damn. I could go for a brownie. I recently had the Costco cookie. I was given one of those cookies that they're selling at Costco nowadays, and it's so good. It's also 800 calories, but I ate the whole thing. It was worth it. It's the type that was like a little. It was like it tasted like it was made in a skillet. It was like crispy on the outside. Ah, good stuff. Could you explain why you called Mr. Gavin? I'd obviously gotten involved in a rather sticky affair. I figured Kristoff's law offices would give me a friend rate for my defense fees. Phoenix does not have any money. He didn't have a lot to begin with, but his job right now is playing cards and playing piano. Can't make much. Oh, glad to hear you intend to pay. Oh, I'll pay in full, Kristoff. It was I who got you involved after all. You may find, oh, thanks for getting the lights. You may find the price of your defense quite high, my good friend. Quite high. Kristoff's angry. Is this the truth Mr. Wright was talking about? Justice, you know what you have to do. He's lying. Expose him now. Okay. Alright. It's because I got to the end. Oh, thank you for the yowie. I cooked 2 burgers, used grease from both, used equal parts flakes and grease, and 1 egg. Accidentally implied more than one. Okay. Still, though, that sounds real good. I had ramen today. And I have a really hearty peanut butter sandwich waiting for me after this case. It's peanut butter jelly with blueberry cream cheese. Let's go. It has to be in there somewhere. Okay. Nice. Also, thank you for updating the autopsy report. First off, when I had dinner, Shady's. I had a thought and I forgot it. What I was gonna, you know, interrogate, cross-examine him about. Wink. Hope you liked your scan. I discovered the trap during the game and disposed of the card in the bottle. The girl was knocked out cold, and Smith was uncontrollable. I left to call the police. When I returned, he was dead, blood streaming from a cut on his forehead. Now, this one? No. Okay, there's nothing in the photo that contradicts that. That's correct. I think I know what I have to do. So it wasn't that, it's this. This is the crime photo, but he has his hat here. There we go. Wrong piece of evidence. Mr. Wright, if I may. Yes? Take a look at this photograph in the crime scene. I thought it was the other one because it mentioned they took off the hat during the investigation, but I guess it was the photo that had the hat on. But this is the crime scene as it was. See the victim here? He's wearing a hat. I wouldn't think you could see blood on his forehead. Good point. Justice. Next time you point out an inconsistency, put a little more oomph into it. Mr. Wright, can you explain this to the court? I forgot to mention something. I was the one who put that hat on his head. Eh? You? You put the hat on his, on the dead man's head? He wore it through our entire poker game. After calling the police, when I returned to the scene, his head was in full view. Shining bright, just like this photograph. And? Victim's hat up off the floor, and put it on his head. Oh, why'd you do so? Why did you do a thing like that? All I can say is, sorry. That's the only thing I touched at the crime scene. So, Miss O really didn't see it? It being the victim's, his head. I think not. She was out cold. I believe I was the only one who witnessed his head. Ah, there we go again. Mr. Gavin? Pardon. It just seems our client is determined to lie his way through this case. Hey, he's still our client, isn't he? I believe that's enough for that. Oh, Mr. Gavin? This witness's testimony is more like a travesty. It's riddled with lies. I'm beginning to see how you came to lose your attorney's badge 7 years ago. Well, you certainly have a unique way of treating your clients, Kristoff. I never knew. I believe it was you who threw the first stone. Mr. Wright, if you intend to ever tell the truth about this case, it's now or never. Don't be misled. I haven't told a single lie here. When I noticed the trap, I put the card in the bottle to dispose of it. And I put that hat on the victim's head. Let's just say I had a reason for doing that as well. A reason? That reason is right here. Your cell phone? That night? I recall I spoke with the defense attorney, I want to go to the gym. Don't go then. No one's forcing you, but if it's for your reason, if you have an alternative that you can do, if there's something else you want to do, do that. Trial too intense. You could listen to me while you're at the gym. It's okay to skip a day. 6 days in a row. Do body weight exercises. But if anyone, I'm sorry we had an ad there, but we just got a little line, a little bit more about Phoenix, but 7 years ago, he lost his attorney's badge. It was revoked. But I wonder why. Objection! My left fell on his, unintentional moi. Aye, Kaido. Aye, Captain Sun. Self-care. I'm never gonna instigate people to, like, force things that they don't want to do, you know? If you think it's better for you, then go do it. If it's to take care of yourself, then go do it. But if it's of no consequence, if you don't feel like doing something, take care of yourself first and foremost. Exercise every day. Every day. I exercise my right to sit in my chair. Good answer. Straight to jail. 5 to 10 years. I recall I spoke to defense attorney Gavin after calling the police. Just in case, I recorded our conversation. What's this? Now that we're all here, I see no reason why I shouldn't play it back for the court. Let's hear this. Kristoff, I seem to be in a bit of trouble. What's this? Game not going well? Something like that. The gentleman who challenged you, he turned out to be good? Turned out to be dead. Someone hit him hard. You mean someone cracked that flawless bone china plate? It wasn't you, was it? Me, please. The cops should be here any minute. I'm in your hands. Should have come to that. Bone china plate. A kind of porcelain. Very smooth and shiny. And not a plate, but a pate. I believe he was referring to a certain gentleman's balding forehead. The court appreciates the defense's discretion in not indicating my forehead. Oh, wait a second. Something's not right about that phone call. So, after Mr. Gavin ate dinner with you, you left the Borscht Bowl Club? He left the Borscht Bowl Club. I missed that. Hold on. Most certainly. Then, how did he know? When did he see this bone china pate? Oh, that's right. Yes. That was when I began to see my good friend in a different light. Ooh. Troubled, I returned to the crime scene. When I spotted Mr. Smith's head again, I realized exactly what was wrong. Well, Mr. Gavin, the stage has been set. Perhaps you would like to explain this to the court? How exactly did you come by your privileged knowledge of the victim's head? Oh, this is your reason. The reason why you put the victim's hat back on. Your point, Mr. Gavin? It's come down to this, has it, Phoenix, right? Order. I will have order, Mr. Payne. Yes, Your Honor. I believe this court has been left with no other choice. Are you prepared to hear defense attorney Gavin's testimony? Well, as prosecutor, I... Very well. We'll break for 10 minutes. After which, Mr. Gavin will make a stand for take the stand for cross-examination. Our boss! Are we clear on that? Crystal clear, Your Honor. Very well. This will be your final recess for the day. I swear, if Phoenix takes off that beanie, he doesn't have any hair, I'm gonna lose it. Don't worry. Phoenix has a beautiful head of hair under there. Damn, Nick's kind of savage. He's gotten jaded over the years. He's a little snarky and a little more sassy now. He doesn't have to be nice in court anymore. He was also being like very professional before. He ain't got a job. Mr. Gavin and Mr. Wright both in the judge's chamber. Who'd have thought that today would turn out like this? May I? Huh? What? Hello. Please, pick a card. What's all this about? Is this one okay? Excellent. I have a message for you. The last hand is about to be played. You'll need a trump card to make it. A trump card? The card you have chosen is magical. Use it wisely, and the game is yours. That's all. An ace? Where do I remember this card from? Mr. Smith's hand has 3 aces, and Mr. Wright's 2. It has 5 aces in all. It is true. I have seen it. The 5th ace. There was cheating, I swear to you. The missing 5th ace. Wait, this blotch of red. This is... what? You have your trump card. Now it's up to you to cut and draw. Cut the deck and draw the truth. My father's fate is in your hands. I know you can do it. Bloodstained card is my trump card for finding the truth? Who was that mysterious girl? Is that the child? Maybe. Maybe that might be my favorite character. Fell deep in my thoughts as my mind raced to understand what this all meant. That girl, I'd seen her recently, but where? That's when I made the connection. That's her when she was a baby! She's so small! Bloody ace added to the court record. Received from mysterious girl. Could this be the missing 5th ace? Or is she too old? No. It's the same one from the locket. Court will now reconvene. Defense Attorney Christoph Gavin, will you please take the stand? Now then, if you would. Mr. Payne? Yes, Your Honor. I mean, Mr. Wright's kid? I don't think so. She's, like, probably in her teens. Nothing wrong with that. Yes, Your Honor. Will, the witness state his name and occupation? Is this farce necessary, Your Honor? Believe me, far stranger things have gone into this courtroom. Fine, I'll play along. First, there's one thing we need to have made clear. How did you know about the secret beneath the victim's hat? And by secret, I'm guessing he means the fact that Mr. Smith was bald. Forgive my curiosity. What is it about this fellow's head? Your Honor seems to have an inordinate interest in it. Objection! I wouldn't call it inordinate, Mr. Gavin. Mr. Wright! What do you think you're doing, right? Wow, sure things look different from the other side. You know what I mean, you know what I mean, Apollo? Right sitting in our assistant booth. Look. Speaking of looking from the other side, let's consider things for a second. The victim wore that hat all night, never once taking off except for that one time. That hip-hop hobo is Nick? Yeah, that's Nick! I have not been paying attention. He's our defendant. He was accused of murder. He's all scruffy and jobless. Well, he's a pianist and a gambler. And he has a daughter. And he lost his attorney's badge 7 years ago. And it's just casually mentoring when he's being accused of murder. Yeah, pretty much. He got accused of murder because he wants to catch the real criminal. So he let himself get caught. Oh my god, he really did turn into Jeff. Are we calling Jeff a hobo? The victim wore the hat all night, never once taking off except for that one time. That one time being the instance he would hit. Oh. When Mr. Wright returned from reporting the crime, the hat was lying on the floor. Mr. Wright picked it up and placed it on the victim's head. In other words, in order to have seen Mr. Smith's bald head, you would have had to have been there in the hideout at the time of the crime. In other words, I must be the real killer, is what you're trying to say. Not bad, Apollo. Mr. Gavin? I'm afraid I haven't been entirely honest with the court. What? Oh, I assure you, I had the noblest of intentions. I did it all to protect my client, Mr. Wright. And the glasses! Yet, I'm afraid in the current situation, I see little reason to hide anything. Very well. Allow me to tell you the truth of what happened that night. Finally, you may begin your testimony. Tell us, how were you involved in the events of the fateful night? The rage I sensed that man that night troubled me, so I returned to the club. I went down to the basement and peeked in through the little window of the hideout. It must have been right after the murder took place. The victim was dead, as he appears in the photo. Bald head, an unconscious girl, and Wright, holding a bottle in his hand. I sensed that was not the best place for me to be at the time, so I left. That's when the call came from Wright. So, you witnessed the murder? For better for worse, I missed the actual moment of the deed. Mr. Gavin, may I remind you that you are on Mr. Wright's defense team? Your testimony is clearly disadvantageous to your client. Look at his sprite there. Oh, look at Hobo Feeny. What else could I say? I'm standing on the witness's stand, after all. So you are, Mr. Gavin. And you had to testify as you just did. I'm sorry, I read that wrong. Hold on. And you had to testify as you just did. You had to tell them you saw the scene of the crime through that little window. Mr. Wright? You had to say that. Because that was the only probable window of opportunity. Right, Apollo? Oh. Mr. Wright, the defense should do the cross-examination. The defense should do the cross-examination, not the defendant. Mr. Justice, are you prepared? Yes, Your Honor. Can't believe I'm going up against Mr. Gavin. This trial is getting weirder and weirder. Well, rage I sensed to that man that night troubled me, so I returned to the club. I went down to the basement and peeked in through that little window to the hideout. Must have been right after the murder took place. This is an amazing first trial to start the game. It's so much. We're starting off as our first trial with our mentor by our side, and now we're accusing our mentor of murder? The little window. You mean the one used to keep watch up the stairs? Yes, a relic of the ancient past. The black marketers used it, I believe. Why did you go through the trouble of peeking in through the window? Wouldn't it have been easier to just open the door and go into the room? I didn't want to upset Wright, you see. Upset Mr. Wright? Yes. What if my fears had been unfounded? I'd be walking another match. Bad form, to say the least. So far, everything he's saying makes sense. Must have been right after the murder took place. How do you know it was right after the murder? Really, no need to shout, Justice. I gotta like sense when he's doing certain poses and when he's raising his voice, because he yells a lot. Let's just get into that part in my testimony. Ah, there he is. The coolest defense in the West we know and love. Even when you're standing up there in the witness stand, some things never change. I'm afraid you changed too, right? But I was afraid you'd change too, right? But you haven't. You and that overbearing personality of yours. Friends like these, who needs enemies? The victim was dead, as he appears in the photo. Nope. Right as he appears? Damn it. Okay, how do I get that? How do I get him there? As he appears in the photo, he has a hat. Did he stab that guy with his hair? Us? Me? Or Phoenix? By photo, you mean the second photograph of the crime scene? Okay, I should have pressed first. Precisely. You see, he wasn't wearing his hat then. I meant this photo. I saw his head when he was dead. And Mr. Wright came along and replaced this hat. Can you describe the scene of the crime for us? A bald head, an unconscious girl, and Wright holding the bottle in his hand. First house ponytail hair. Oh, he is his drill tail? I guess so. I wonder how he styles it like that. You know, is it gelled up? I believe that the original concept for the hair came from, like Egyptian, like pharaohs, how they have like the gold things on the side. I don't know what they're called, but how pharaohs are usually drawn with like the gold headpiece that is like kind of segmented. I believe that his hair is based on like half of that. Were these the only three at the scene of the crime? Yes, as far as I saw, at least. We're back to where we started. The killer was the defendant, Phoenix Wright. What else? Who else could it have been? Interesting. And I know there's concept art of where he has like two of them instead, which is also where that comes from. But why don't you talk to police? 2 reasons. First, I didn't actually witness the very moment of the crime. Second, my office was asked to defend Wright. And after seeing what I had seen, I couldn't abandon my friend. There must have been someone else at the moment of the crime. Justice, I said I saw no one, not a soul. But that goes against what Mr. Wright said. Yes, the mysterious 4th person. Who else could conveniently be the real, who would conveniently be the real killer, I suppose? Hi, Pyro. Glad to see we agree, Mr. Gavin. Let me pose a question, then. Tell me, what possible reason did the real killer have to swap the cards in the victim's hand? Perhaps you could show us why such a thing would be necessary? How can I show something I can't find myself? Remember, Apollo, the card was swapped out. That was swapped out was the 5th ace. The 5th ace, right? Well, Mr. Justice, the question of why the killer would swap out the card has been raised. Is Venus gonna take Maya's role of being suspect every other case? He's gonna be accused of causing another murder? Maybe. Can you point out a reason? I don't know. I don't know if we have something that can show why yet. Not yet, Your Honor. Not yet? Ha! Pathetic! Not yet. Try not ever. Well, Mr. Gavin? Oh, I'm willing to wait as long as it takes. Wait, I don't even know what the heck I'm looking for. Apollo? Yes, sir. Don't forget, you already know the answer. You just don't realize it yet. I already know the answer? Take a moment to think it over again, okay? We already know the answer. Bald head and unconscious girl, and Wright holding a bottle in his hand. And since it was not the best place for me to be at the time, so I left. That's when the call came from Wright. Let's just press these. Wouldn't it have been better to wait for the police to arrive? Remember though, by that time, it was already I was already Wright's defense attorney. That's true. Right after the call, Phoenix called and asked to be defended. I'm really curious. How many times have Maya been tried in the previous game? So, let's see. Maybe 2 or 3 times? Maybe just 2 times. Right? Once in the first game. That's the first time we meet her. The second game, where she thinks she got possessed. And I don't think in the third game, so just 2 times. I think. I can't remember Yeah, just the 2 times, really. Which isn't bad, I think, for a track record. And not guilty both, so honestly, not a bad track record. It wouldn't do for me to become part of the investigation. Makes sense. Or does it? I'm confused. Well, what happened next? That's when the call came from Wright. Where were you when the phone call came? I'd already left the Borscht Bowl Club by that time. On the phone, he asked me to defend him. Naturally, I was surprised. I accepted, however. I couldn't abandon him. So kind of you. So far, everything jives with Mr. Wright's jives. I can't wait for it to happen again this game or future games, if it does. We'll see about that. We don't know where Maya is currently, though. She's probably back in her village. Not causing problems. Is this gonna be a problem for you to cross-examine your own boss? I'm fine. Who was it that taught me to never pull punches in cross-examination? It was you, Mr. Gavin. I learned it from watching you. Alright. So we have something. We have the answer already. We just gotta combine the right evidence and testimony. Mine is notoriously unlucky, though. It's inevitable. He said he left, but he also saw what was happening. Well, he mentioned that he had a bad feeling. The rage I sensed in that man that night troubled me, so I returned to the club. So he came back to check up on Wright, he says. So the whole thing was him coming back to witness, and that's why he knows that Shady Smith is bald. Here, I'm just gonna quickly look through here. So what do we have? Time of death was 2 a.m., April 17th. Death caused by single blow to the forehead. This was the crime scene. This is how it looked. Let's see. Cause of death, a cerebral hemorrhaging from blunt force trauma. Let's see. This is where the game took place. I'm just going through everything right now. This is hand. Okay, I was looking to see if we had the room layout. If we had the layout of the room on hand, but we don't. Ooh. Oh. Wow, the battery's being held. Oh, Phoenix can't afford a new phone, so the battery's being held in place. This phone is 7 years old. Not even. He's had this since the start, so this is like a 10-year-old phone. Jesus Christ. At least. The battery's being held together with a piece of tape. You just buy a new one. Maybe he can't afford it. Or he just doesn't care. Bruh. Poor Phoenix. He's phone loyal. He probably still has the Steel Samurai theme. Let's see. Alright, nothing else to examine there. Ooh. Can we examine her badge? Oh, look at that, it's her badge. Went down to the basement and peeked through the little window in the hideout. Must have been right after the murder took place. The victim was dead, as he appears in the photo. Bald head, an unconscious girl, and Wright holding a bottle in his hand. I Since that was not the best time for me to be at the time. I'm missing something that seems obvious for me to do. We already have the answer. I'm just not remembering what to present. Let me reread some of this. Little window. Okay. Here's what the thing looks like. I can actually hide the UI if I do this. I can actually completely hide, which is great. I love that. I mean, it's a small window, but he would be able to see everything. Why do you go through the trouble of peeking through the window? It says they want to walk in their match. Must have been right after the murder took place. The victim was dead as he appears in the window. After the second photograph. Precisely. You see, he wasn't wearing his hat then. I saw his head when he was dead. And Mr. Wright came along and replaced his hat. Can you describe the scene of the crime for us? A bald head and unconscious girl and Wright holding the bottle in his hand. Those are the only three at this scene of the crime. There was the defendant, Phoenix, right? Who else could have been? But why didn't you talk to the police? Reason? I didn't witness the very moment of the crime. Second, my office was asked to defend, right? After seeing what I had seen, I couldn't abandon my friend. Did I press this already? I don't think I did. There must have been somewhere else at the moment of the crime. Justice. Yeah, I did read this. That goes against what Mr. Wright said. Mysterious fourth person. What possible reason did the real killer have to swap the cards in the victim's hand? Perhaps he could show us why such a thing would be necessary. Now, we do have something else in our hand right now, and I haven't quite looked at yet. This bloody ace. Could this be, from the mysterious girl, could this have been the missing fifth ace? Right? A single drop of blood marks the front of the card. I should have expected this earlier. That's really it. There's nothing else about this card. This. What was the reason that this needed to be swapped out? I just got here. Saul Goodman time. we're Apollo Justice. We're a good boy who yells a lot, and we're defending. Well, we're accusing our mentor of murder. For some reason, I thought they were blue back cards in the final hand. All right, nothing else of notice. Loud law boy and the tails of justice. Yeah. How can I show something that I can't find myself? Remember, Apollo, the card that was swapped out was the fifth ace. Fifth ace, right. Well, Mr. Justice, the question of why the killer would swap out the card has been raised. Can you point out the reason? You mean we're defending him? Well, we're defending Phoenix Wright. We're accusing our mentor of being a witness at the very least, but we're saying there's a possibility that he committed the murder. He did something, because how did he know that, you know, the victim was bald? And he's giving his reason, but something feels off about it. Alright, we're back to this. Well, it's now or never. Well, we have the fifth ace, but what does that mean? You know, for what reason was the card swapped out in the first place? You know, what would that prove? Even if we have it, like, it doesn't mean anything. The defense would like to present to the court evidence showing the reason why a card was swapped out. Phoenix's daughter was there and took the card. Why would she? Then go ahead and point out your reason, Mr. Justice. Why did the killer take the 5th ace? Why did the killer take the 5th ace? Would presenting this be correct? What's the reason he would take it? Not, where's the 5th ace? That's not the question. You know? I don't think it's right to present this, because I don't know what the line of reasoning is, but maybe it is correct. It's not, but... Oh, is it? My reason is, this. Is that an ace? I don't know. I don't remember what, Apollo's gonna bring up in terms of this. Why? Why, it's got blood on it! Right next to the spade! What? This is insane! Why wasn't I told about this? Why? Could this be? Could this be the missing 5th ace? Conceivable. How could you? What are you doing with that card? Well, that's the thing. Why is Mr. Gavin so upset? Just a fishy card from some fishy girl. Oh, that card? It's mine. That is, I picked it up at the Borscold Bowl Club that night after the murder occurred. Ooey twitchin'. Oh, Phoenix grabbed this card. He gave it to my daughter. Cards are her stock in trade, after all. No, impossible. Unacceptable. The court can't accept this evidence. It's a fraud. Fraud? How could he be so sure? What? I would think the only person who could claim it was a fraud would be the one who took the real card from the crime scene. The real killer. Allow me to elaborate. What if this trace of blood is the reason? The reason for the killer to take the card from the scene of the crime. So we really didn't have the reason, know the reason. Phoenix is the one explaining to us what, happened. Where are you going with this? Take another look at the photo, and at the victim's head. At the moment of the crime, his hat fell onto the floor, and the trickle of blood ran from his forehead down to the back of his head. Couldn't a drop of that blood have fallen on one of the cards? I suppose. The killer then took the card to hide the blood. Regardless, the evidence is non-permissible. Oh? Right, regardless of how you wasted the last 7 years, you used to be a lawyer. You know what a serious crime it is to conceal evidence. Oh, we can discuss, we can discuss the finer points of our legal system later. What's important now is that I've answered your question. What are you talking about? You wanted to know why a killer would have taken a card from the crime scene. And now, I've told you. That one drop of blood would have been decisive evidence, you see. This is baseless conjecture. Baseless. Oh, I assure you, it's quite based. Yeah, Phoenix, you are based. Based in what? What? It's amazing, really. How a single drop of blood on a single card can lead us to the truth. Yeah! It's quite simple. Well, Apollo? Yes? Try picturing the scene of the crime. In your head. 3G technology! Wow! The murder took place in the hideout. The body of the luckless victim was found at the poker table. And, before the killer swapped a card out, There was a single card with a drop of blood on it in the victim's hand. Given this, there is one decisive problem with the scene. At the graphics, whoa! Well, what is it? Let's keep it simple, shall we? Given there was a drop of blood on the card, whose position in this diagram doesn't fit? The victims? Killers? The witnesses? Second witnesses? Whose position doesn't fit in with the bloody card? What was the question? I'm so glad that this is here. Given there was a drop of blood, and where was it? There was a single card with a drop of blood on it in the victim's hand. Yeah. Whose position, in this diagram doesn't fit? Whose position doesn't fit with the bloody card? We got victim, witness, killer. Assuming that, say, this is where the card, hand card... It's not here, is it? The thing is, like... the instructions at the bottom are, like... I like seeing the instructions just kind of blur, fade in and out. I'm wondering if they're trying to get me to say this. I don't know if it's right. The second witness's position is the problem. Second witness, that would be Mr. Gavin, yes? Second witness's position is far less problematic than yours right now, Justice. Or perhaps perilous is a better word. I cannot see what the bloodstained card has to do with the second witness's location. I'm afraid you're more than a peril of penalty this time. Yeah, it's not. Your Honor, one more chance, please. Pose. Do think it over, Mr. Justice. Alright. Given there was a drop of blood in the card, whose position in this diagram doesn't fit? I guess if the head was tilted back and the card was in the victim's hand, would it be the victim's? Well, isn't it the victim's position that's the problem? The fact that the music doesn't stop tells me that this is wrong. I don't follow your logic here. Okay. Well, look, the victim was struck in the head, sending him back in his chair. You think that any blood would fall behind the body, not onto the body in front, onto the table in front of him. Okay, maybe this is right. Ah. And take a look at the photo again. If he bled in this position, the blood would fall on the floor, not the cards. Why, that's right. So, what does this mean? Incidentally, we were sitting in swivel chairs. Swivel chairs? Oh, man. Hollow, try turning the chair around. E? Recreate the... What does it want me to do? Wait, what is it? I don't... Oh, there we go. Chair was facing the other way? Would have to be. So, we have to assume that at the time of the murder, the victim's chair was facing away from the table. When Mr. Wright returned from informing the police, which way was the chair facing? When I came back to the room, the body was facing as seen in the photo. That would mean the killer turned the chair back around. Let's take the next step. Look at the diagram once more. There's something that I immensely forgot about this case that I've now recalled, and now everything is making sense. Yeah, you will not believe this twist. We know now that the victim was facing away from the table at the time of the murder. But this creates another significant contradiction. Again? Let's test your reasoning skills again, shall we? Apollo, whose location on this diagram contradicts with our new understanding of the crime? The victims, the killers, the witnesses, the second witnesses? Okay. Now, the person whose testimony doesn't make sense is this one. What doesn't make sense is the second witnesses. You mean to say I don't make sense? Oh, no, of course you do, sir. As I thought. Okay. I thought it was because Kristoff did claim that he saw everything as the picture was. Whose location in the diagram contradicts with their understanding of the crime. Okay. That's the last one I have. We might be witnessing what a game over looks like. The victim was struck from the front, correct? Not gonna lie, it would have been really near if the case... it would have been really near if the case where Phoenix would have to represent himself. I mean... I mean, that's not... I mean, it would have been really neat. We'll see where this goes. Oh, it wouldn't have been hard for the killer to hit him from the front. Wouldn't it have been hard for the killer to hit him from the front? Sitting where his indicator currently is? I think it'd be quite hard, yes. Okay, the killer's location wouldn't make sense, because if they're not facing each other, how did they hit each other like that? Neat if there was. Yeah. I mean, legally, it would be a bit tough to say, like, hey, I would like to defend myself. Yes, but what you're saying makes no sense. Why would the victim suddenly turn to face the wall in the middle of a game? I believe a sufficient reason would soon come to light. What? There's something in this diagram that makes far less sense, actually. Take a look again at the diagram. Apollo, if the victim was stuck while he was sitting as shown here, where would his assailant be standing? Try marking it on the diagram. Okay, yeah, this is what happened. There's no room to put a mark where the killer should be. Don't worry, let's take it through and see what we find. We know the victim was facing the wall at the time of the crime. That's the only thing we know for sure. Try to forget about everything else. Where would the killer have been standing to strike our victim from the front? Our lawyer health. Okay. This... Can I just click? Yeah, I can just click. The killer had to have been standing, well, here. You get points for flair, but that's all you get. Thought I was onto something here, too. I hardly need to point out that standing there would be impossible. It'd be based off the U.S. judicial system where you're legally allowed to represent yourself. And it's totally possible? I'm not saying it doesn't happen. I hardly need to point out that standing here would be impossible. The victim is facing a solid cupboard. Cupboard. Are you claiming the killer climbed the cupboard and hit him from above? Ha! It's simple logic, really. If this is the only place the killer could have been standing, that means that at the very moment of the crime... Oh, wait, I know. At the moment of the crime, the cupboard wasn't there. Hubby. What's this now? I mean, it's the only explanation, right, Mr. Gavin? Your Honor, I have a suggestion for the defense. We should arrange to examine the cupboard in the hideout immediately. I'm just saying it'd be an interesting scenario for a case. Yeah, it would. Bailiff, send a team to the crime scene immediately. Have them try to move the cupboard. Your Honor? What? There's one more thing your men should look for. Please give this to the bailiff. Yes, I see. You do belong in the courtroom after all, Mr. Wright. I do my best. He's doing our best. But let's forge ahead while we wait. I can't stop looking at Phoenix. There's something about his design that's so funny to me. He looks so comfy. Like, his beanie's so colorful. Let's forge ahead while we wait. Looking at the diagram once again, it's been changed. The killer was standing here at the time of the crime, and this cupboard wasn't here, which means... Apollo, try moving the cupboard. It's the button for... I do like the button. What do I have to do? This button? There we go. Thank you. As you can see... Whoa, 30 frames per second. As you can see, the cupboard was the problem. At the time of the murder, it had to have been shown here. Actually, yeah, the comfort, that outfit does look comfy. Looks like he bulked up too. We really don't know what he looks like. I think he added a few pounds. That's no problem. That means he has a dad bod. Now everything is in place to reconstruct the moment of the crime. Oh my. What's this? What is it now? Look at the diagram of the crime scene once more. It appears we found yet another contradiction. What I believe to be the final contradiction, in fact. Huh? Oh, dang. Notice something, Apollo? Our line of deduction is rapidly approaching its logical conclusion. Now then, Mr. Justice, please point the new contradiction, to the new contradicting indicator. Is it the victim? The killer? The witness? The second witness? Which indicator in the diagram contradicts what we know about the crime? Well, everything here looks clear now, but we definitely know for sure. I mean, he looks like he gained muscle. Maybe he's been doing odd jobs, even though he doesn't have to bike anymore. We really didn't see too much of him in the first game anyway. You know, like, we seen him in some splash arts, but we really didn't see him too often, to be honest. This button. About this cupboard. Are we okay with assuming it was moved? Sure, why not? Well, if it was, something really doesn't fit. The cupboard would completely cover up the window to the stairs. Man has a dad bod, a father figure, the body of a man who has and does fuck. Ah. Oh, that's right. Someone standing outside wouldn't be able to see in. Someone like Mr. Gavin. What did you say? Oh? Is the coolest defense in the West losing his cool? Don't expect me to play along with your little game, right? It's only a game until someone gets killed, Mr. Gavin. And someone was. While the room to that window was blocked by a cupboard. I approve of the dad bod. So, Mr. Gavin, perhaps you'd like to explain to the court. Exactly, where did you witness the crime scene from? Excuse me, Your Honor. Order. This is a court of law, and I will have order. We just now received word from our investigation team at the Borscht Bowl Club. They've examined the cupboard of the hideout, Your Honor. Oh, and what did they find? Well, Your Honor, it turns out there's a secret passage behind it. What? A passage behind the cupboard? I keep saying it weird because I'm reading it as cupboard. Because I never read that word, but it's cupboard. Yes, I believe I mentioned something of the sort. This is one of the tricks of the room many of our regulars know about. Do you remember saying him saying something about that now that he mentions it? Secret tunnel! A secret passage is handy when you're, when you're engaged in illegal goings-on. Never know when you might need to duck away from the eyes of the law. Not that we've ever need to do that. We being Phoenix. I need to get used to... We're not Phoenix's point of view anymore. Right now, we're Apollo's point of view. So the room has a secret passage. Where does it go? The other side connects to the restaurant above. The underworld bosses could get away from the cops. And enjoy a cold bowl of borscht, no doubt. Just like our killer. And only the regulars know. See where a line of simple deductive reasoning leads us, Apollo? I see it. I don't believe it. The girl wasn't kidding when she said I needed this trump card. The last hand. Time of the murder. Window was blocked, and the victim's hat. Only off his head for a few minutes between Mr. Smith's murder and Mr. Wright's return from calling the cops. In other words, the only place anyone would have seen the victim's bald head was from inside the hideout. Well, Mr. Gavin? Come on, say something. Dare I ask what really happened that night? Actually, I think we can probably figure it out by ourselves at this point. That night, for whatever reason, our killer had a date with Mr. Smith. Date with destiny. There he crouched, hidden in a secret passageway behind the cupboard, holding his breath, waiting for just the right moment. Then the chance came, and he took it. Ah! Eee! Wait, why do you do that? Wait, here, I'll get help. Miss Olga O'Reilly was out cold, struck by Mr. Smith. But his time was soon to come. Mr. Wright went upstairs to call the cops, leaving Mr. Shady Smith alone in the hideout with the unconscious dealer. Then, our killer stepped out from the secret passage into the hideout. The victim must have heard the cupboard sliding aside. He wheeled his chair around to look, and after the deed was done, the criminal must have seen the blood in the card. He would have, of course, realized he needed to destroy the evidence. A single spot of blood told the whole story of the crime. Too bad for him, he didn't any longer in the hideout that night. If he had, he might have noticed the cards on the floor. And the fact that they were all red. Quickly left, he didn't notice that the cards were red. Well, it seems this trial has taken yet another turn. I'm truly sorry I had to see this day come, Mr. Gavin. Mr. Gavin? Mr. Payne! Yeah! Yes, Your Honor. Prosecution will continue this investigation. As for Mr. Felix Wright, the defendant, he's hereby clear of all suspicion. Wah! Believe me when I say that I don't believe that this is happening, Mr. Gavin. But I'm afraid circumstances call for me to issue a warrant for your arrest immediately. Objection! Oh, no need to apologize. I rather enjoyed myself. It's not every day you get to witness a legendary attorney's dirty tactics firsthand. Your point, Mr. Gavin? Frankly, Your Honor, I'm shocked that a person of your caliber would be taken by such a low-grade parlor trick. Excuse me? The defendant is cleared of all suspicion? This is hardly the time for jokes, Your Honor. Mr. Wright hasn't proven anyone's guilt or innocence here. What he has done is use illegal evidence to put the blame on someone else. And not just anyone else, but me, his own defense attorney. Illegal evidence? Let me ask you, Mr. Gavin. Is there still any reason at present to suspect me of wrongdoing? Of course. This bottle, for instance. The bottle of grape juice Mr. Wright was drinking? How do you intend to explain away the fingerprints of the murder weapon? And not just any fingerprints. Am I right, Mr. Payne? Actually, yes. The fingerprints in the bottle were, upside down. That's right. I seem to recall this being an issue earlier. The court, in his case, demanded explanation. I can think of only one reason why one would hold the bottle upside down. And that is to hit someone in the bottom of the with the bottom of the bottle. Well, Your Honor? See how the caught fish squirms to the last. Well, Apollo? Yes? The boss seems awfully concerned about this bottle still. But I'm sure you can come up with a suitable explanation, just like that. Or the bottle was sideways. Well, I mean, that doesn't really make any difference. It's the fact that it was held by its neck upside down. So, like, why would you grab a bottle like that? Yeah, just like what? Why would anyone grab a bottle upside down other than to... Oh. Don't let him trick you into thinking his explanation is the only legitimate one. Is there really another? To hand it to someone? I mean, I would be scared to pick up a bottle like that sideways to hand it to someone if it had juice in it. Or whatever substance inside. If the bottle was almost empty, then you'd have to fully upturn it. Well, no. Why would you hold the bottle? What you're explaining then is that you've drank in the bottle, you're tilting your head up, and you've changed your hands then to grab it. Dad juice. Now I want to see someone drink a bottle of juice, like a necked bottle, but like holding it, like they're holding a club. That sounds really hard to do. Let's get another look at the court record. I believe you'll find a simple answer there, in plain sight. How about you just say the answer in plain words? Kinda easy, actually. I don't know, that sounds more complicated than it needs to be. Well, Mr. Justice? Mr. Gavin said that the court, in this case, demand an explanation. Don't worry. Justice won't leave you until justice is done. Perhaps the defense would care to enlighten the court? What evidence do you have to explain why the fingerprints in the bottle are upside down? We are skinning by the... running by the skin of our teeth, this case. Apollo's a many nicks. Actually drinking the bottle while holding it upside down is insane. But look at all the juice bottles on the floor. They're a little bit far, don't you think? Actually easy to show you than to explain, Your Honor. Place that bottle on the floor, next to your chair. Excuse me? On the floor? Yes. Now, reach down and pick it up. Without getting out of your chair. Ah! See? You naturally go down to pick up the bottle by its neck. With your fingers upside down. Also, was it just fingerprints? I feel like it would leave more prints than just that of the fingers. Well, I'm sure there was other fingerprints on it, but it was the fact that it was being held upside down by its neck that made them believe, like, oh, like this was used as a weapon, clearly, by Phoenix Wright. Look at this photograph taken on the night of the murder. The defendant, Mr. Wright, sat here, playing piano, bottles of grape juice on the floor to the side of his piano bench. He would have naturally picked up the bottles upside down several times. Wow, I can't believe it was that simple. Recall our dinner that evening, Christoph. I was drinking my usual juice then, too. Basically, you used the bottle on the table to do the deed. But then you must have remembered. You went and picked up one of the bottles from under the piano. And you switched the bottles. You took one of Mr. Wright's bottles and made it look like the murder weapon. Order, order, order! What do you have to say about these charges, Mr. Gavin? Fascinating. So this is the legendary attorney's famed tactic of misdirection. What? You claim that I switched the bottle? Where's your proof? Proof? Well, that's, as I thought, more baseless conjecture. I'm afraid your bottle of proof is quite empty. I wouldn't be so sure about that. Your Honor, when you initiated the investigation of the hideout earlier, do you recall you requested an additional investigation? Yes. I have your memo, about that here. You got it. Retrieve the bottles from the, under the piano at the Borscht Bowl Club. And here's one of the bottles in question. What, are you going to dust for fingerprints? What, are you going to dust for that for fingerprints too? I'd be surprised if any were on that but his. Mr. Gavin probably wouldn't make such a novice mistake, true. That bottle won't bear a trace of anything. Say, Apollo. Yes. Why don't you go ahead and examine that bottle? But why? Just humor me. Oh, he's serious. Look at that face. Just humor me. Mr. Wright. That bottle will solve this case once and for all. What? That's some bottle. Now let's take a little look inside. There's something inside the bottle. Take that off. Oh, we got it out. Wow. That must have been hard. What's this? That card, it can't be. Recall that unpleasant woman's testimony for a moment. Miss Ogo, really? Yes. Our little swindling Devochka. That night, I planted a card like I was supposed to. And Wright lost the last hand, just like he was supposed to. Then Smith searched him. But the planted card was gone. The trap failed. Wait, this isn't... You're telling me that this is the planted card you disposed of? The one you mentioned in the piece of testimony? I happened to put my hand in my pocket and found a card. Yes, I stuck a peek at it and found it was a 5 of hearts. I had a feeling something might happen, so I disposed of the card. Before the game. Disposed? Where? There was an empty bottle of grape juice I had been drinking right beside me. I threw the card inside the bottle. There it is. 5 of hearts. This is the card. The bottles were swapped. And the only one who could have done that was the 4th person in the club that night. Oh, I can hydrate. Thank you. And thank you for the yowie. You, Mr. Christoph Gavin. Borscht. He's going Super Saiyan. He's angry. That's all. That is all. That's more like how he said it. He needs a Snickers. Is your idea of revenge, Phoenix Wright? Revenge? Revenge for the events that took away your attorney's badge 7 years ago. Revenge? What? Thank you for the bento boxes. Hmm? Whoa! Thank you for the grape juice. You caught a little bit of it there. My past is like my logic. Straight and true. Phoenix, you are anything but straight. Nothing's changed. All I did was point my finger of justice in the proper direction. Fine. I'm glad we could have this little, how do I pronounce this? Tete-a-tete? Tete-a-tete? Tete? Oh, so it is tete-a-tete. Okay. I've never known how to pronounce it. I've never heard someone say it with this word in conjoined. T. Oh, is it T? T-a-T? Language. This is insane! What about me? Don't I get to prosecute anyone? I believe this time we finally come to an end of our trial. Mr. Payne, do you have a report for us on Christoph Gavin? He's admitted everything. We're prosecuting his arrest right now.
I see. Still, one has to wonder why he would do such a thing. He didn't even have a connection to the victim, did he?
None that we know of.
Mr. Wright, have you anything to add?
I'm afraid I can't shed any more light on the matter.
About this victim, Mr. Shady Smith. His occupation was listed as traveler. An odd profession, to be sure. And that's all we know about him.
I'll arrange for a follow-up investigation, Your Honor.
Good. Mr. Wright?
Yes?
7 years, and you still haven't lost your touch.
Christoph Gavin was a man with much significance for me,
Both as a friend.
and a lawyer.
He's extremely talented, to be sure.
I needed 2 things before I can confront him. The first was a place with no injustice would be tolerated in this courtroom. The second was a man who would tolerate no injustice. In other words, a defense attorney. You, Apollo.
Me?
This is a dark time for our legal system. A twisting of justice brought by its very own initial trial system. We have to set it right. Mr. Wright. Work lies ahead of us. And I, for one, am looking forward to it.
Well, this seems like a good time to announce a verdict. This court finds the defendant, Mr. Phoenix Wright,
not guilty! Woo! Did it.
Court is adjourned.
Woo! Our first not guilty of the trilogy. April 20th, 4:28 p.m. Gosh, this has been going for a long time.
Thanks, Apollo. You came through, just like I thought you would.
I'm pretty sure I didn't do anything in there. It was you who courted the killer.
I couldn't have done it by myself.
You sensed the 2 today, didn't you? Your ability.
Ability?
Yes. A sensitivity I lack. You'll come to understand it soon enough. Wait, I wonder if it means... I have one question for the witness, then. You say you saw the moment the defendant hit the victim. Is this true? Of course it's true. What is this weird vibe I'm getting? Jeff! You just came in at the end. How you doing, Jeff? Howdy. Why are the shortest cases the one that take the longest? No, this was short. Oh. This is Phoenix. This is Phoenix Wright. He's 33 years old. He has a daughter. He plays the piano, but he's not good at playing the piano. And we just got him not guilty. He didn't do a murder. Yay! But he does cheat at poker. What was that, Mr. Wright?
Phoenix fucks!
You'll have to find the answer to that question yourself. Canonically? He has a daughter. We don't know who she is, but like, she is... I think she's like 16 here? You'll have to find that answer to your question yourself. The answer, right. We're playing as Apollo Justice. Today was full of questions without answers. Most of them about Mr. Gavin, who was our mentor and we just put in jail. What? Son, what? What? What happened? Wait, how old is he and how old is his daughter? We'll get her official age later, but I think she's about like 15, 16 or... No, she might be older. She might be like 18, 19. I could be wrong. You missed it twice? What did I miss? Huh? Just so you don't miss the pronunciation. It's tete-a-tete. Tete-a-tete. Okay. Sorry. There's a lot of messages going on right now. If she's 16, that means she had to be a kid around the time of the original. We'll find out what happened.
What possible reason could he have had to commit a murder? Perhaps you'll learn that in the days to come. Huh? Wait. You don't know, do you? This locket is the key. Oh, that reminds me. I met the girl whose pocket is in your locket. Whose picture is in your locket. Show us the baby! Look at her! Little baby girl. That's what her when she was a baby. Your daughter, right? It's her! Is the judge from the first game back? Yep. He was the judge for this case. That's right. She's my daughter. You know, you were right about the locket. Huh? I took this off the neck of the night he died. It looks like our dear Russian scam artist saw me. But the truth is, this locket really did belong to him. So this locket that he's wearing that has his daughter's picture originally belonged to the victim, Shady Smith. Same colors. There's a lot of green in chat. Oh, wait, but that's perjury. You testified. You said that locket was yours. I said no such thing, actually. Huh? I merely said that it was a locket with my daughter's picture inside. A subtle distinction, but a distinction nonetheless. And it's the truth. Wait, but then... why? Why was the victim wearing a locket with a picture of your daughter inside it? Sometimes the straightest path to the truth isn't the best one. Give it time. You're still just getting started with your career. Speaking of which, I may be out of a job. I work for Gavin Law Offices after all. We did just put our boss in jail, and this was our first trial, so... I guess we're jobless. Still can't believe. I just saw Mr. Gavin get led away in handcuffs. Apollo? Yes? How about coming to work for me? Eh? You mean at the Right & Co. Law Offices? I mean, there's not a single attorney in my generation that doesn't know it. I can't imagine that to be true, but... Wait, but didn't you... You're not a... Oh, I turned in my badge, yes. I'm not an attorney anymore. That incident 7 years ago. That legendary trial. And, at the middle of it all, was one man. Phoenix Wright. The case reached its sad conclusion, and he left law for good. Have you ever thought about coming back to the courts? I'm not qualified to stand in a court of law, I'm afraid. Didn't you notice in today's trial? There was a single piece of forged evidence. Forged evidence? What are you talking about? A tough career ahead. That's just how it happens in your 30s. Did he rage quit after he lost one case? Something happened. We don't know exactly what happened, but he had his... He was forced to turn in his badge, basically. I'm talking about evidence that shouldn't have existed. A naughty magician's trick. One piece of evidence struck me as odd, it's true. It just seemed, well, too perfect. I bet this was the forged evidence. Piece of evidence that was a little too perfect, huh? You mean this, don't you? I got this from your daughter, Mr. Wright. Yes. That card couldn't have been found at the crime scene. Why? Because the killer took it with him after when he left. Leaving the wrong card in its place? Luckily for us. The court can't accept this evidence. It's a fraud! A fraud? How can you be so sure? I would think the only person who could claim it was a fraud would be the one who took the real card from the crime scene, the real killer. My verdict was already handed down 7 years ago. Then, you really? Yes, I forged this card. One look at the crime scene would have told you it wasn't real. But you can't do something like that and call yourself an attorney. Who's calling themselves an attorney, Apollo? So it's true. the rumor is true. 7 years ago. None of that matters much anymore now, does it? Ah. I punched him. It's your story from here on out, Apollo. Perhaps I can help you turn the next page. My office's address. Drop in if you like. Mr. Wright. His lawyer HP. It's just regular HP now, so we don't have to worry. Oh, about your uppercut. Try yelling, take that next time. I've had to pack a little more punch. And Apollo, thanks for today. Had a good time. There he goes. And with that, Mr. Wright walked out the door. And that's how my first trial ended. A lot of mysteries went unsolved. And, at the time, I had no idea how they were all related. Every mystery that day, connected by a single thread of logic. I'll find out soon enough. My name is Apollo Justice, attorney at law, and this is how my story begins. The end. We did it! Then this cliffhanger is gonna kill me. You'll just have to watch me play the rest of this game to find out what happened 7 years ago, huh? Alright. Write this data. Okay. Let's see how this works. Continue to the next episode. Do you want to see a little preview of how the next episode starts? If you don't like not knowing things, this game is gonna be really tough. It's only gonna get worse and worse from here because they get I feel like you guys probably recall how each of the previous games had a build up to the final case of each game. Boy, does it just get way more intense with each subsequent game. They just got better and better at it. I believe this is the last one that Shu Takumi, the original writer of the trilogy, wrote himself. Or at least helped direct. I'm not sure how involved he was. But yeah. But thank you so much for you guys for hanging out with me today. I hope you enjoyed the start of a new story. So, can you answer 2 things for me? Maybe. If I remember. What's up? Once we come back from the ad break, I'll give a little preview of the next chapter, and then we'll see who we'll rate out to. But I think I'll see who we got in store, right? Oh yeah, what's up? Is Wright gonna be our Maya now too? Does Wright get his smooch? Who's he smooching? There's no one for him to smooch. And is Wright gonna be our Maya now? I don't know. He's not a lawyer. I guess our assistants usually aren't lawyers anyway. But I mean, he doesn't have a reason to help us necessarily, so I don't see why he would be, right? He's not in the game. I don't think he's in the US currently. I think he is like doing his own thing. I will say this, just as like a transparency, to not get your hopes up, but I don't believe Edgeworth appears in this game at all. He's taking care of his own thing right now. He's got his own paperwork, but he immediately after the game ends, he has some things that lead into the subsequent sequels. My 2 favorite characters. Well, like Phoenix said, this is this is Apollo's story now. Let me take a peek at who we might say hi to, but would we want to go into something more chill or more exciting to kind of, keep it up? Keep up the mood for the night. Or maybe something a bit more mysterious? It's also an option.
My third question, does this, the blue badger come back? I actually don't remember. I cannot answer that because I don't recall if it's just like a cameo or if there's a direct reference in this game. Alright, I think I know who we're gonna go into. But let's see what we're gonna look at. Maybe not next week. I'll have to see what happens. But the next time we have Trial Thursday. As long as we draw a breath, the Wheel of Fate turns. Spinning big crimes. Oh, I missed that. And when the wheel stops... Oh. Oh. You die. Next case, we get to meet her. Damn, the graphic again. Yep. The temptation to keep clicking through because I know just who's on the other side of this. But we're gonna be meeting some new faces, some old faces that we've seen before. But we're gonna have to find out. Turns out this is when the game just turns all 3D. That graphic right there, that's the peak of technology. Let me do a little something right now. Alright. The 3D. But we jump ahead to... What was this was April, so this is May. 2 months later, at the Wright & Co. law offices. Wow. I'll have to wait to see what happens next time, though. But thank you guys so much for hanging out with me today. I believe Kaya is playing a mystery game herself. A game called Hex. I'm not familiar with it, but it looks a little spooky, a little mysterious. So why don't we keep the mysteries going, huh? Oh, thank you for getting the lights. Thank you for streaming. Thank you guys for hanging out with me. What do we want as a raid message? Something justice, something... What? Justice for kissing our homies? But what does that mean? There's no homies here to kiss yet. I say yet. We haven't met the kissable homie yet. Thanks for the stream. Have a good time, Zone. How about have some grape juice? Searching for the kissable homies. Daddy right? Sure. We can say daddy right. That's our raid message. If you have my emotes, feel free to use my emotes. If you don't have my emotes, use Kaya's emotes, the global emotes. The Dorito emote is always an option. I'm gonna get this ready. But thank you guys so much. Next week, next Wednesday, I'll be having a stream. That is my streamiversary. That is 3 years of me being a streamer. I'm gonna show off my work in progress art, doodles, sketches, my models, and stuff like that. Everything I made in the last 3 years. Well, we'll take a peek at that, and then we'll probably schedule then my my Y2K themed apocalypse party. What exactly some ideas we could do for that. And then I'll see either Thursday, or if Thursday is too busy next week, we'll skip it for this week, and then we'll come back the following week with Trial Thursdays. Does that sound good? I love you guys very much. Take care of yourselves. Behave. And I see you guys next week, alright? I love you very much. Goodbye.